The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 12, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable David J. Taylor to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members of the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and a minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dennis Knowles, our floor director, who just concluded a decade of service here in the House of Representatives. A proud alum of Gonzaga High School in Miami of Ohio, Dennis has left the whip team after more than 3 years with us. Smart, loyal, always thinking 2 steps ahead, and a diligent problem solver. Dennis is someone anyone would want to have on the ice with them. More importantly, anyone would want to have going into the corner with him. As head of our whip operation for the past 2 years, he played a key role in delivering win after win on this House floor, despite the naysayers and despite headwinds. He's gained the trust and confidence of members from across the conference, allowing us to lead one of the most successful whip operations in recent memory. I think back to last year's successful passage of the working families tax cuts, or the One Big Beautiful Bill, or as the president now calls it, the One Big Beautiful Tax Cut. For Dennis, the floor team, and our members, it was a long few days. Despite being up for more than 40 hours straight, and I think that's light, I think it was over 60 hours straight, in July of 2025, we were able to secure historic tax cuts for the American people, strengthen our border security policies, and make necessary reforms to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. It's during the, quote, down by a goal with only 2 minutes to play, close quote, times when you really rely on your teammates the most. And our House Republican team would not have been able to accomplish any of our wins without Dennis Knowles' help. The job of floor director is often a thankless one, but on behalf of this entire body, we say a big thank you to Dennis Knowles. Thank you for making the sacrifice to be here, nights away from your family and friends, missed trips and holidays, and weekends spent in the halls of the Capitol. And there was no better send-off for Dennis than a late-night vote series and the passage of FISA, DHS appropriations, the Senate budget resolution, and a farm bill in less than 24 hours during his last week. Dennis, I know you're here somewhere. Thank you again. We wish you, your wife Casey, and your son Dublin all the best in the next chapter. Thank you for your service to our team, the House, and most importantly, thank you for our service to the nation, for your service to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share an incredible essay written by a student from Utah's 4th District to celebrate America's 250th anniversary of our country's founding. Last fall, I invited students across Utah's 4th Congressional District to participate in an essay contest as part of America 250. They were asked to answer a simple but profound question: what does America mean to me? My office received numerous submissions from young people across the district that were heartfelt and profound. The winning essay I picked was from a senior in my district whose name is Katie. Drawing inspiration from The Wizard of Oz, Katie reflected on the lessons that Dorothy took an entire journey to learn, that often what we're searching for is right in front of us. I'd like to read Katie's essay into the record. As a child, I was fascinated with Warner Brothers' film, The Wizard of Oz, where the main character, Dorothy, was able to travel a magical land over the rainbow in an attempt to find the truth she was looking for. In her travels, she was confused by many people and left unsatisfied. In the end, she realized that what she was looking for could only be found in one place, the close, simple, and inspired environment of home. Today, many people confuse the beautiful nature of truth found at home as dry and boring ideas that worked in the past but could never solve the progressive problems posed today in our modern world. They ignore the rich history of our country, discounting our nation's founders and great documents of the past as outdated or primitive. They dismiss the simple truths found at the heart of our nation as old-fashioned and instead seek novel and progressive movements and far-reaching attempts to find truth. As a member of the rising generation, I observed many of my peers looking, searching, and struggling to find freedom, opportunity, and purpose in lands across the sea and ideologies that seemed new and exciting. I even at times wondered if truth could really be found in the novel and sensational until I realized that this wasn't satisfying my search for truth, that I was looking for a purpose where purpose did not lie. I was seeking for opportunity where I thought it was, freedom, true freedom, in every place except for where it really was. These values were not found for me in trips to Switzerland or Portugal or any other novel foreign country. I did not discover them in woke ideologies or progressive podcasts, but instead in the simple, inspired environment of home, America. That's what this country means to me. Home is a source of truth. Home is where you can find freedom. I can say without any doubt, there's no place like it. I'm proud beyond words to call the United States of America my home. And I ask you today, whatever you might be looking for, instead of going to podcasts, conspiracy theories, or fake news, look first to sweet and simple truths held in the heart of my home and yours, United States of America. Katie's words touched me, and I'm grateful to know that she's not an exception. She is an example of what makes Utah and this country so special. Hope, respect, appreciation, courage, hard work, big dreams, and love for this country. That is Utah. And I'm grateful for the parents who are raising our youth to carry on this torch of liberty and freedom that we've been so blessed with from on high. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, into your hands we commend our longtime colleague, Congressman Bill Posey, in deepest gratitude that you allowed us to share and serve together in the journey of life, in service to this country, and in the work of finding common ground for the common good. Thank you for Bill's principled and pragmatic approach to the issues he devotedly pursued on behalf of his constituents. But even more, we thank you for his example of what it means to remain strongly and passionately committed to the people you called him to serve. And even while his death brings forth many tributes and remembrances of his public service, we pay special mind to those who loved him privately and personally. Grant that Katie, the love of his life, his daughters Kathy and Pamela and their families, may always know of your presence in his absence. Grant them an awareness of your abiding love through the outpouring of condolences and the indwelling grace of their many memories. Truly, O God, Representative Bill Posey has fought the good fight. He has finished the race, and he has kept the faith. Grant him now the crown of righteousness from his Lord, the righteous judge who now praises him for his good and faithful service. In your redeeming name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful that President Donald Trump has achieved deregulation, creating jobs and strengthening opportunities for American families and new graduates. In the first 100 days, President Trump achieved reducing regulations. This goal continues as last month House Republicans led by Speaker Mike Johnson passed 2 bills that refocus on deregulation, improve infrastructure, lowering costs for our families, choosing results over radicalism, promises made, promises kept. Superstars of deregulation are Education Secretary Linda McMahon, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, Energy Secretary Chris Wright, and NRC Commissioner David Wright. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, providing satellite targeting information to kill Americans and Israelis. Courageous Ukrainians provide whistles to children at night to help in recovery efforts as war criminal Putin bombs their homes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? To address the House for 1 minute. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, nothing matches the pageantry and excitement of the Kentucky Derby. For 2 weeks, Louisvillians prepare for the most exciting 2 minutes in sports, and this year's Derby was one of the best yet. As the horses rounded the 4th turn, 23-1 long shot Golden Tempo came from the back of the pack, ridden by Jose Ortiz, to finish first, charging into the record books and the history books in the process. Because Golden Tempo wasn't the only one to beat the odds this Derby. In fact, when he crossed the finish line, trainer Cherie DeVoe officially became the first woman trainer to ever win the Kentucky Derby. Now think about this, 152 derbies, 2,053 horses have made it to the starting gates, only 18 of them have been trained by women, and now 1 is in the winner's circle. Cherie, congratulations. On behalf of all Louisvillians, Kentuckians, horse boys, and girls the world over, thank you. And best of luck in this year's Belmont. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to advise and address the House for 1 minute, sir.
The gentleman is recognized.
My remarks, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Congressional App Challenge winner of Texas's 8th Congressional District, Shrikar Kari. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of meeting Shrikar and learning about the app that he created. And I can assure you it is nothing short of absolutely amazing. Shrikar's app, Onco GAT, is an AI system that can identify types of breast cancer and generate a treatment plan in a matter of seconds. He also built a companion tool which analyzes patient reports and provides molecular tumor board-level recommendations to neurologists. But what's really inspiring is the reason behind the app. So he noticed a problem. Harris County reports more new breast cancer cases than any other county in the state of Texas, with over 2,200 each year. It's not often you see someone at Shrikar's age who has the unique ability to combine his God-given talent and desire to help others. Thank you very much, young man. Go forward and do great things. And on behalf of the Texas 8th Congressional District, I congratulate Shrikar, his family on outstanding work, and I look forward to hearing about his future accomplishments. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to securing the information and communications technology and services ICTS supply chain declared in Executive Order 13873 of May 15, 2019 is to continue in effect beyond May 15, 2026. Certain ICTS transactions and classes of transactions involving a foreign country or foreign national can allow for exploitation and vulnerabilities in the information and communications technology or services supply chain, resulting in potentially catastrophic effects. This threat continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13873 with respect to securing the information and communications technology and services supply chain. Signed sincerely, Donald Trump, The White House, May 11th, 2026.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-71, an act to require Amtrak to install baby-changing tables in bathrooms on passenger trains, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2071 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 491, H.R. 2071, a bill to prohibit federal funds from being made available to international financial institutions for the purposes of financing foreign shrimp farms and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of my friend Mr. Neal's bill, the Save Our Shrimpers Act. Across our coastlines, our communities believe it is crucial that we protect our domestic shrimping industry and the hard-working men and women that keep it alive every day, day in and day out. For far too long, U.S. shrimpers along the Gulf and other coastal communities across our country have been put in a serious disadvantage by a wave of cheap imported shrimp. As the largest shareholder of multilateral lenders like the World Bank, the United States must ensure that these institutions are not financing competing shrimp producers with our domestic family growers. Representative Neal's bipartisan bill addresses this issue. Mr. Speaker, it requires that U.S. representatives at the international financial institutions to oppose financing activities related to shrimp farming, shrimp processing, or the export of shrimp in a foreign country. I thank Mr. Nels for his leadership on this important issue and for helping ensure that our international financial institution policy prioritize a level playing field for our shrimp producers here at home. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I
Gentlewoman
rise
reserves.
in support of H.R. 2071, the Save Our Shrimpers Act. Communities in places like Louisiana, Texas, Florida, and Georgia have deep historic connections to the shrimping industry. They have raised concerns that foreign shrimping projects funded by international financial institutions, that is IFIs, are helping to dramatically increase the farmed shrimp supply, causing a glut that is driving down the price of shrimp and harming American business. This bill would direct the United States government to oppose financial assistance by the World Bank and other international financial institutions to projects that support foreign shrimp farming, shrimp processing, or the export of shrimp. So I would encourage members to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. I yield, Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, who's the chairman of the T&I Subcommittee on Aviation, who is the author of the bill we have before us this afternoon. I yield 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Chairman, thank you so much. I rise today in support of H.R. 2071, the Save Our Shrimpers Act. For far too long, folks, hardworking American shrimpers have been devastated by the flood of foreign shrimp imports entering our markets, driving down the prices, undermining fair competition, and forcing generations after generation of fishing families out of business. For decades, billions of dollars tied to international development financing have helped support foreign shrimp production overseas. According to publicly available data from the Department of Treasury, U.S. executive directors at international financial institutions have voted in favor of nearly 89% of multilateral shrimp and aquaculture projects over the last 30 years. Think about that, 89%. American taxpayer dollars have effectively helped finance foreign shrimp industries, while our own shrimpers are being forced to compete against foreign producers benefiting from the subsidies, the unfair trade practices, and lower labor and environmental standards, allowing imported shrimp to be sold below the cost of production. It's unacceptable. Meanwhile, the men and women in our Gulf Coast and coastal communities wake up before dawn, work long hours in dangerous conditions to help feed this country. They deserve a level playing field, not a federal government helping bankroll their foreign competition. The Save Our Shrimpers Act directs U.S. representatives at international financial institutions to use the voice and vote of the United States to oppose projects that finance foreign shrimp farming, shrimp processing, or shrimp exports overseas. The Save Our Shrimpers Act stands up for American jobs, American seafood producers, and the coastal communities that depend on the shrimping industry to survive. I urge my colleagues to stand up for our shrimpers and protect the American industry. I vote yes. I ask a vote yes on H.R. 2071. I yield.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
Gentlewoman is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. I'm supportive of American workers, including the shrimpers communities. For that reason, I recommend that my colleagues support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentlewoman from California. I yield myself the remainder of my time. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I think Mr. Nels has done good work on behalf of our hardworking men and women in the shrimping industry, particularly in his native Gulf Coast, that get up at the crack of dawn every day to make a living and serve a delicious product to Americans and neighbors alike. I witnessed something so similar 25 years ago in the Mississippi Delta, Mr. Speaker, when the federal government's policy was to subsidize importation of catfish from Vietnam. And it literally put hundreds of family farms in Mississippi and Arkansas out of business and bankrupted the industry because we facilitated through our trade policy, through our international financial institutions policy, through our import policy, a decision taken that was in contrast to the very policies of USDA, which was to increase family farms, increase farm diversifying their crop from row crop to domestically produced farm-raised catfish. And these policies collided, Mr. Speaker. So I think what the gentleman from Texas is arguing, let's have common sense in our policy that supports our producers, our family shrimp growers, and support them and put them first in this channel of providing high-quality seafood to the American consumer. I thank the gentleman for his bill for the reason I've outlined, and I support this bill, and I urge a yes vote on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2071 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4437 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 206, H.R. 4437, a bill to reduce the regulatory burden on certain well-managed and well-capitalized financial institutions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in enthusiastic support of my friend from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons' SMART Act. Community banks and credit unions play a vital role in all of our local communities across our nation, often serving as the primary source of credit, particularly in rural and underserved communities. These institutions support small businesses and small farms and help hardworking Americans achieve home ownership and long-term financial stability. Too often, well-managed institutions are burdened by duplicative and outdated regulatory requirements. These unnecessary burdens divert time, staff, and resources away from lending and supporting their local economies and move towards a check-the-box compliant process that does not make the financial system any safer, any sounder. The SMART Act offers a practical, common-sense solution by streamlining and simplifying limited-scope exams for smaller, well-capitalized, and well-managed institutions, while fully preserving the safety and soundness standards. This targeted supervisory relief reduces unnecessary burden and eliminates duplicative reviews and free community banks to focus on lending and those goals of serving their customers. Regulators should recognize that financial institutions with a strong track record should not be subject to the same regulatory scrutiny as institutions that are under financial stress or poorly managed or quite large and complex. Furthermore, the SMART Act makes further improvements to bank and credit union examinations, including the federal regulators to improve the examination practices by assigning experienced examiners, minimizing unnecessary on-site disruptions, and ensuring that exams are conducted in a more efficient and predictable manner. Washington should not create unnecessary burdens that make it even harder for small, public or privately held community banks and their credit union competitors to try to compete and serve their Main Street customer base. The SMART Act is a practical, bipartisan step that preserves the strength of community institutions, keeps regulators focused on the areas of greatest risk, and supports a healthier, more balanced financial system for all Americans. I urge my colleagues to support the SMART Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 4437, the Supervisory Modifications for Appropriate Risk-Based Testing Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Timmons and our Financial Institutions Subcommittee Ranking Member, Representative Foster. This is a good bipartisan bill that will support our community banks and our credit unions. I've heard many community banks and credit unions raise concerns about their bank exams and ask how they might be streamlined. The bill provides these institutions with alternating full scope and limited scope opportunities. In order to qualify for this relief, community banks and credit unions must be well capitalized and well managed. For example, that means that in order to receive this relief, they cannot be subject to an enforcement order. The bill also clarifies that regulators retain the discretion to do additional exams if something unexpected develops related to safety and soundness, and ensure that these institutions are complying with the law. I also appreciate that Chairman Hill and the sponsors worked with me to include my amendment to require that regulators have examiners with significant experience before they contact exams of smaller banks and credit unions. My amendment would also minimize the number of examiners and time at the institution to carry out an on-site exam to reduce the burden on smaller institutions. Finally, Congress must receive statistics from the regulators every year about these changes so we can understand how they are being implemented. If members want to do something meaningful to help our community banks and credit unions, then I urge you to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and a great member of our House Financial Services. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, let me retract that and say, Mr. Speaker, I want to include in the record the CBO estimate for the bill.
Without objection.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me yield 2 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from South Carolina, the chairman of Oversight Subcommittee on Military and Foreign Affairs, and an outstanding, very active member of our House Financial Services Committee, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 4437, the Supervisory Modifications for Appropriate Risk-Based Testing Act, also known as the SMART Act. I am proud to partner with Rep. Foster on this bipartisan legislation to provide targeted, risk-based regulatory relief for well-managed, well-capitalized financial institutions with assets under $6 billion. The SMART Act modernizes the examination process for qualifying institutions by allowing full-scope, on-site examinations every other cycle, alternating with more limited reviews focused on key risk areas. The bill also allows certain examinations, including safety and soundness, consumer compliance, and cybersecurity reviews, to be conducted concurrently, reducing the burden of multiple overlapping examinations. This is a practical, common-sense approach that improves regulatory efficiency while preserving strong oversight and consumer protections. The SMART Act is built on a principle familiar in other regulated industries, including the restaurant sector, where institutions with a strong track record and demonstrated compliance benefit from a more streamlined oversight process. This legislation applies that same principle to financial supervision by recognizing that not all institutions present the same level of risk, and our regulatory framework should reflect that reality. At the same time, regulators would retain full authority to conduct additional examinations whenever necessary, and institutions with recent enforcement actions or major changes in control would not qualify for this streamlined process. Smaller financial institutions are essential to local economies, helping finance small businesses, first homes, and community development projects across the country. This bill gives them greater capacity to serve their customers and communities while maintaining the strong safeguards that consumers expect and deserve. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bipartisan legislation that promotes efficiency and smarter regulation. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from
I
California.
now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Bipartisan Supervisory Modifications and Appropriate Risk-Taking, or SMART Act, which provides thoughtful examinations relief to qualifying community banks and credit unions while maintaining appropriate safeguards. Specifically, the SMART Act allows community banks and credit unions with fewer than $6 billion in assets to qualify for alternating full and limited scope examinations, provided that their prudential regulator gave them a strong review at their last full scope examination, and that they are not subject to an enforcement action, and they have not recently merged, which can be often a challenging time for recently merged institutions. If they meet these criteria, qualifying community banks and credit unions may also request that regulators combine certain types of exams so they can take place at the same time. Many employees of the smallest firms wear multiple hats and have daily duties outside of the examination process. This provision allows firms with a strong track record to better coordinate with regulators and spend more time working with the communities that they serve. It will also provide regulatory staff with greater flexibility to focus their limited resources on poorly rated institutions that need greater oversight. And I reemphasize that this bill includes important safeguards that accompany this added flexibility. As I mentioned, the relief provided in this bill will only be available to well-managed and well-capitalized community bank and credit unions with fewer than $6 billion assets, and they're in good standing with the regulatory agency. And the regulators will always be able to step in if there is a threat to the stability of a covered institution. Finally, this legislation is a step toward the future of bank regulation, which will rely, we hope, less on high stakes in-person examinations and more on automated, electronically driven inspections that happen on a more continuous basis to deal with the challenges of the coming agentic world in finance. So I'm happy to co-lead this legislation, and I thank Mr. Timmons for his partnership on this bill. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. Yield to the gentlewoman.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. There's a lot that Congress can do to help our community financial institutions. This includes taking up deposit insurance reform bills like the ones that I and my committee Republicans have put forward, increasing deposit insurance that would help community banks and credit unions better compete for small businesses' deposits. I appreciate that unlike some of the other bills Republicans have tried to advance this Congress, which were either handouts to our largest banks or rollbacks of vital consumer protections, H.R. 4437 focuses on helping our community banks and credit unions. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who's the ranking member of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, working hand in glove with my friend from South Carolina that addressed the House, William Timmons. Together, they show the best of the Congress. They're focused on where the rubber hits the road for most all the customers in America, and that is our community banks. I've said many times on this House floor that if you're concerned about housing, you ought to be concerned about our Main Street community banks because they, Mr. Speaker, deliver 6 out of 10 home construction loans are made by those banks under $10 billion. And today we're here to talk about providing some examination coordination, very targeted relief to the very best, well-capitalized, well-managed, unblemished, not connected to a merger or acquisition activity, community banks to let them better coordinate their routine exam process. Mr. Speaker, I worked at banks of that size, and I know the confusion of multiple exams that are uncoordinated between the agencies and come like waves one after another from which there is no relief, and the same small compliance group dedicated in that bank under $6 billion is avalanched by these requests from the FDIC, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, the State Bank Department, the NASD, now FINRA for broker-dealer, a trust exam, an IT exam. There's no end to it. And so this kind of coordination is so valuable to these often entrepreneurially owned Main Street banks under $6 billion, as described by Mr. Foster of Illinois, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina. It's a powerful change, Mr. Speaker, because really probably 8 out of 10 banks in the country would meet that test, under $6 billion. I'm sure there's between 3,000 and 4,000 banks that meet the definitions in this bill. That's real regulatory relief for real bankers who are serving real customers on Main Street in America. And that's what we want. That leads to better outcomes, faster economic growth, and more revenues for our states and for our society. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage a strong yes vote on the work by Congressman Timmons, and Foster, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4437, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3709 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3709, a bill to amend the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, and Enforcement Act of 1989 to establish a financial agent mentor-protege program within the Department of the Treasury and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Congresswoman Joyce Beatty's bill, the Advancing the Mentor-Protege Program for Small Financial Institutions. Small financial institutions, as we have discussed this afternoon, play a vital role in providing financial services to our families and our small businesses across our communities that often lack robust access to financial products and services, particularly outside our urban areas. Yet over the last few decades, we've seen a steady decline in the number of these vital, smaller institutions, threatening access to mortgages for American families and important capital access for small business development or agricultural loans for our family farmers. Representative Beatty's bipartisan legislation helps ensure that smaller banks and credit unions remain viable by formally codifying the Financial Agent Mentor-Protege Program within the United States Department of the Treasury. Since 2018, the Treasury has launched the program to strengthen partnerships between the nation's largest banks and some of our smallest financial institutions across our land. This program pairs small and rural financial institutions with larger banks and credit unions, giving them access to resources, training, and technical assistance so that they can better serve their communities and better position themselves to qualify to serve as a financial agent for the Treasury. By codifying this initiative, we strengthen community banks, credit unions, and rural banks, expanding access to responsible financial services and ensuring that more small institutions have the capacity to partner with the federal government on crucial financial operations. I want to thank my friend from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for her leadership on this critical issue. I'd encourage members on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3709, the Advancing the Mentor-Protege Program for Small Financial Institutions Act, sponsored by our colleague and former chair of our Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, Representative Joyce Beatty. She has been such a strong leader in supporting our community banks and credit unions across the country, including our Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, and our Minority Depository Institutions, or MDIs. Now, H.R. 3709 will enhance Treasury Department's Mentor-Protege Program, which pairs larger banks with smaller ones so they have a mentor they can get advice and support from to grow and thrive. The House first passed a similar version of Representative Beatty's bill by voice vote in 2020 and several more times since. However, this time we're debating this bill as President Trump attacks community lending by trying to wipe out the CDFI fund. I'm so pleased Chairman Hill agreed to take up Representative Beatty's bill to continue our long-standing bipartisan tradition to support minority depository institutions, or MDIs, alongside other community financial institutions like rural banks. Let me remind members that during Trump's first term, Congress, led by Ranking Member Velasquez and myself, we had to set aside $60 billion for MDIs and CDFIs and other community financial institutions because the biggest banks were not providing paycheck protection programs. Remember the PPP loans to the smallest businesses. MDIs and other community lenders are critical to getting those funds to small businesses quickly so they could keep their lights on during the pandemic. Later, Democrats and Republicans worked together to pass a historic $12 billion package of capital investments and grants for CDFIs and MDIs, and those funds continue to support $130 billion in lending to underserved communities all across America. But there is more that we can do, like encouraging more partnerships to benefit rural banks and MDIs, as Ms. Beatty's bill does. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3709, the Advancing Mentor Protege Program for Small Financial Institution Act, which supports small banks, credit unions by codifying the Financial Agent Mentor Protege Program at the Department of Treasury. This program, as you've heard from our chairman and our ranking member, pairs up small rural financial institutions with large banks and credit unions, providing resources, training, technical assistance to help them better serve their communities and become financial agents to Treasury themselves. Small financial institutions include, as you've heard from both our chair and the ranking member, but they include MDIs, minority depository institutions, and I'm very proud to take this moment in personal privilege to say, like Adelphi Bank in my district in Columbus, Ohio. President and CEO Jordan Miller and the founder Kevin Boyce, every day in this bank, they are helping low-income, underserved constituents and the community at large. These institutions know the financial needs of their communities best, and they provide essential financial services like mortgage credit, small business and auto loans, investment banking, and more. Mr. Speaker, these are all the things that we talk about in this very chamber when we talk about working folks and jobs. The chairman mentioned housing. Great point. But if you aren't financially able to do it, and if we could only have our larger banks participate in this program, which this legislation would do, it would help accomplish all of the things that we've heard today. MDIs, small banks and credit unions, and rural financial institutions generally have higher expenses and are often, Mr. Speaker, forced to merge with other institutions to survive. Codifying the Mentor Protege Program at Treasury will go a long way towards preserving and strengthening these institutions and ensuring that they can continue to survive and to provide the critical banking services that the community needs. Now, why should we do this? Who supports this? That's a great question if you were asking that. Well, I'm proud that this bill, which is passed on suspension twice before, has the support of the Independent Community Bankers of America, or ICBA, the American Bankers Association, ABA, the American Credit Unions, ACU, and the National Bankers Association, or MBA. I have been working on this bill for the entire congressional session because it is so important, and I am so proud that it is a bipartisan piece of legislation. Let me just also share this. My bill has been endorsed by Ohio regional banks like Huntington Bank, which is headquartered in the capital city of the great state of Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, Fifth Third Bank, headquartered in Cincinnati, Ohio, and Key Bank, headquartered in Cleveland, Ohio. On this, we can all agree, I am sure, Mr. Speaker, supporting small, mission-driven credit unions and community banks directly benefits American consumers and the economy overall. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from California.
I have no additional speakers.
I'm prepared to close if you are. I yield to you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
The gentlewoman from California.
I yield myself the balance of the time. I again thank Representative Beatty for her steadfast work on this important bill. This is one of the several bills today, and I am glad we are considering to strengthen MDIs and CDFIs, community banks, and credit unions. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm including in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. Let me again urge all members on both sides of the aisle to support Congresswoman Beatty's good bill. It really helps. So many of these small institutions just don't have the capacity building to cope with some of the things that we've talked about on the House floor today in terms of the compliance burden, the requirements they have to be successful. And if we really want to help our smallest institutions do that, they have to have a peer network. They have to have expertise in some select areas to enhance their ability to serve not only the Treasury's needs, but just to run a more successful financial institutions, be able to grow it, serve their community. And so this peer mentorship program is one that since 2018 we've seen support for, we've seen success with, and I thank the gentlewoman from Ohio for urging that it be codified. I'd encourage members on both sides to pass Ms. Beatty's bill, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3709, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4478.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 209, H.R. 4478, a bill to amend the Federal Deposit Insurance Act to permit federal banking agencies to examine qualifying insured depository institutions with under $6 billion in total assets, not less than once during each 18-month period, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore's bill, H.R. 4478, the Trust Act. For many community banks across the country, the challenge is not lack of demand for loans, it's the growing weight of compliance costs and administrative burden that has steadily increased over time, dramatically in the years since the global financial crisis. These institutions play an essential role in our local communities, providing capital to help local farmers expand operations, support entrepreneurs, allow families to meet their goals of building a house or doing a renovation. Overly frequent exam schedules for well-performing, low-risk banks take significant time and resources away from the customers and communities they're meant to serve. The Trust Act recognizes that regulatory oversight should reflect the level of risk that an institution actually presents, both to its shareholders, its depositors, and to the economy, obviously, at large. This bill raises the threshold for the 18-month exam cycle from $3 billion to $6 billion for those institutions that are well capitalized, well managed by the definitions by their federal regulator. It's critical that we modernize outdated thresholds to prevent inflation and economic growth from unnecessarily increasing burdens on our community institutions. By expanding access to an extended exam cycle, these well-managed community banks with a strong track record can focus more time, more resources on lending and serving their customers rather than just caught up in an endless cycle of repetitive paperwork. At the same time, the Trust Act maintains robust oversight, with federal regulators retaining their full authority to examine institutions and ensure safety and soundness of our banking system. By balancing effective oversight with reduced burden for well-managed institutions, this bill allows community banks to better serve families, farmers, and small businesses that rely on them every single day. Mr. Moore's Trust Act is a targeted reform that promotes efficiency without sacrificing accountability and ensures that our regulatory framework keeps pace with the needs of our communities and the financial institutions that serve them. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support Mr. Moore's bill, H.R. 4478, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 4478, the Tailored Regulatory Updates for Supervisory Testing Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Moore and Representative Torres. This bill raises the asset threshold from $3 billion to $6 billion for well-capitalized and well-managed banks to qualify for an 18-month examination cycle instead of a 12-month exam. Like another bill we're considering on the floor today, the SMART Act, this bill incentivizes community banks to manage their businesses well, and if they do, they're able to get less frequent exams. Congress last raised the threshold to $3 billion in 2018, which covered roughly 94% of banks. By raising the threshold to $6 billion today, we will update this threshold while covering roughly the same portion of banks. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 5 minutes to one of our newest members of the House Financial Services Committee, the former Speaker of the State House of North Carolina, Mr. Tim Moore, who is the author of this bill and has given great thought to how do we advance the ability of our Main Street institutions to serve our customers. I want to recognize the gentleman and for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise support today in support of the bill, the Tailored Regulatory Updates for Supervisory Testing Act, or as it's known as the Trust Act. You know, back home in Western North Carolina, and in so much of rural America, community banks are very often the only financial institution in so many of our small towns. These are the banks that are helping a young couple get approved for their first mortgage, or sitting down with someone who wants to open a business to be able to extend that line of credit they need to do so. Our community bankers are involved in the community. They give back to charities. They truly are a part of the community and a key part of our economy. But right now what's happening is that these small town banks are suffocating under a regulatory system that just does not make sense. It's a one-size-fits-all. And it really makes no sense to treat a small rural community bank to the same exact regulatory and compliance standards as you do with those really super large banks that you have around the country. It's just not fair. They can't keep up with it, and it just puts in ridiculous costs that don't make sense. So the central issue that this bill goes to is to address the examination cycle that these banks are required to undergo. So the way it works, federal regulators routinely examine banks to make sure they're operating safely and responsibly, something that is extremely important. We cannot cut down on oversight. Under current law, the healthiest community banks can qualify for examinations every 18 months instead of 12 months. But the eligibility for that relief is tied to an outdated asset threshold that was set back in 2018 and has not been updated since then. At that time, about 94% of community banks fell under the $3 billion threshold that allowed them to qualify for the longer examination cycle. Today, because of inflation and economic growth alone, it takes nearly $6 billion in assets to cover that same share of banks. So let's call it like it is. These banks did not suddenly become reckless overnight or stop serving their communities responsibly. The only thing that changed was the economy grew, and Washington never bothered to modernize the rules. So that means that well-run community banks are now being pushed to more frequent exam cycles simply because of an outdated number on paper that no longer reflects the reality. And here's what happens. Every hour, every dollar that is spent preparing paperwork for regulators is an hour or money that's not spent helping small business, helping individuals who need to get access to credit. What has to happen is that this has to be updated, and Congress can do this, and I believe we'll do this today. Passing the Trust Act would update the threshold from $3 billion to $6 billion. And what that would do is allow this law to reflect today's economy, and community banks will continue to qualify for the same regulatory relief that Congress originally intended. And absolutely just as important, the bill does not weaken the safety and soundness standards one bit. These institutions must still maintain strong ratings, be well capitalized, and operate without enforcement actions. So to someone who's watching at home today or hears about this, why is this important? Well, it's important because if you cut down on the amount of regulations, the amount of red tape, the amount of money that just goes in to just feed the bureaucracy, to feed this, if you stop spending that money there, you have that money to put into small businesses, to provide money to working families, folks who need access to capital. And for that reason and so many more, I know this is a great bill, and I appreciate the support, and I urge the body's passage. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
I don't have other speakers, Madam Ranking Member, and I'd be happy to yield to you for a close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. Community banks, including those that are community development financial institutions or CDFIs, and minority depository institutions or MDIs, provide access to loans for families to buy a home and for entrepreneurs to start a small business. This bill will help ensure more of these institutions can focus on helping their customers. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. And I'm glad to get out.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to echo the compliments of the ranking member on this bill, as well as the bill that we discussed a few minutes ago by Mr. Timmons and Dr. Foster of Illinois, because these bills speak to the heart of how to let a Main Street community bank under $6 billion that is well managed, that is well capitalized, and let them do what they do best, which is grow their business, serve their customers, innovate new products, serve those customers in the best way they know how, maybe even grow their loan pipeline. Because I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, having worked in an institution of that size, the number of personnel deviated from the tasks I just outlined about better customer service, growing your business, serving your community, attending the hospital board meeting, sponsoring the local Little League. That is all put to the side when you're in one after another bank exam, frequently uncoordinated, as in the case of Mr. Timmons and Foster's bill, or again, the benefit of having a predictable cycle, a tailored cycle based on the size of the institution, as the gentleman from North Carolina proposes. These have practical impact every day for the American economy. A bank under $1 billion in size of assets, Mr. Speaker, probably has 100 to 150 employees. And in any exam, you're going to pull off, I'd say at least 10% of that total employment base hours focused on exam prep, exam service, exam follow-up. So these have practical implications, and I want to thank the gentleman from North Carolina for speaking out on smaller financial institutions across this country to see the practical, hands-on benefits of this strong bipartisan bill that he's brought to the House floor today. So I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on the Trust Act. I'd like to also ask Mr. Speaker to include in the record the CBO estimate on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4478? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. From North Carolina seek recognition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 1251.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1251, resolution calling on elected officials and civil society leaders to counter anti-Semitism and educate the public on the contributions of the Jewish American community.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this month we celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month, first proclaimed by President George W. Bush and by each president since. This month recognizes the contributions of the Jewish community to our country. We celebrate this month amidst a persistent increase in anti-Semitism in our country and around the world. Anti-Semitic incidents and attacks against Jews, and those who are perceived as Jewish in the United States have reached record highs. According to the American Jewish Committee, 91% of American Jews say that they feel less safe in the United States due to violent attacks against American Jews in the past year. According to the Hillel International, 85% of Jewish college students have experienced or witnessed some form of anti-Semitism on their campus. Mr. Speaker, these are not just numbers on a page, but these are lived experience of all Jewish Americans. As you may recall, on May 21st, 2025, tragically, 2 Israeli embassy staff members were fatally shot outside the Capitol Jewish Museum right here in Washington, D.C. On June 1st, 2025, a man in Boulder, Colorado, approached a crowd of demonstrators calling for the release of hostages held by Hamas and threw Molotov cocktails, killing one and injuring more than a dozen in addition. These and countless other incidents targeting the Jewish people are unacceptable. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume. Mr. Knott, thank you for those thoughtful remarks. I'm going to yield 3 minutes right now to the very distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, the author of the resolution.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the gentleman from Maryland for yielding and for his support of this resolution, along with his decades of leadership in support of the Jewish American community and as a member of it. I'd also like to thank Chairman Jordan for facilitating consideration of this measure on the floor. I appreciate our work together on issues where we agree. I rise in strong support of my resolution, HRES 1251, to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month and honor the role of Jewish Americans throughout our country's 250-year history. Thank you to Representatives Troy Cotter, Miller Meeks, and Fitzpatrick for joining me to co-lead this resolution. Jewish American Heritage Month, or JAM, is an annual opportunity each May to come together and honor the generations of Jewish Americans who help make up an integral part of the rich mosaic of the United States. While JAM is a celebratory and educational month, this commemoration takes place amid rising anti-Semitism. As the resolution notes, anti-Jewish bias was identified in 2/3 of 2024 FBI hate crime reports, and American Jews, who are just 2% of the population, were targeted in 15% of all hate crimes. 91% of Jews feel less safe in America after violent attacks in Colorado, Pennsylvania, New York, and here in Washington, D.C., some of which were deadly. And as these threats surge, more than half of Jewish institutions like synagogues, preschools, and community centers lack the resources to protect themselves. The status quo is unacceptable. That's why this resolution expresses moral clarity. The House must unite to denounce anti-Semitism and protect Jewish Americans from attacks on their religious freedom, dignity, and safety. The best tool in the toolbox to counter baseless conspiracy theories, ignorance, and bigotry is education. When 38% of Americans don't know someone Jewish, and 30% aren't familiar with the term anti-Semitism, it's essential to take this opportunity in the month of May to build awareness of the role Jewish Americans have played in our country's success. And this year, as we mark 250 years since the Declaration of Independence, I'm proud that our resolution highlights the more than 1 million Jewish American men and women who have defended our freedom in the U.S. military. Jewish Americans have served in every branch of the United States Armed Forces in every major war and conflict. At least 18 Jewish service members have earned the Medal of Honor, our nation's highest military declaration, for risking their lives above and beyond the call of duty. Their stories embedded in this resolution are the best illustration of how Jewish Americans have contributed to protecting our liberty and our way of life. And they are the clearest refutation of false, bigoted accusations that Jewish Americans lack loyalty for this country. Honoring the sacrifice of these heroes means ensuring their identity isn't erased when they are gone. I'm proud to have worked across the aisle to protect their legacy. My bipartisan Fallen Service Members Religious Heritage Restoration Act, which passed the House last year, would ensure that hundreds of Jewish service members who were wrongfully buried under Latin crosses have their graves marked with the Star of David. This is just one of countless areas of American life where Jewish Americans made bountiful contributions, and we in Congress have a critical role to play in educating Americans about the Jewish community and preserving our history. This resolution makes clear that the United States government stands firmly against anti-Semitism in any form and commits to protecting every American's right to express their religion without interference or persecution. As we mark Jewish American Heritage Month, I urge, can I have another 15 seconds?
I will yield an additional 30 seconds to the
Thank you. As we mark Jewish American Heritage Month, I urge my colleagues not only to support this measure, but to take this opportunity to engage with their Jewish and non-Jewish constituents during the month of May to educate them about Jewish contributions to the success of the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support of this resolution, and I yield back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the gentlelady from Florida as well. President Washington, in the summer of 1790, penned a letter to the Toro Synagogue in Newport, Rhode Island. And in it, he explained the key advantage that would set our new republic apart from all prior nations. Here in the United States, he assured the Jewish community, all will possess alike liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship, not liberty for some, but liberty for all. To secure equal liberty, the President explained, we would establish and maintain a government that gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. We would require only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. That commitment to reciprocal basic decency and responsibility for everyone who lives here is sewn into the fabric of the American political culture. The United States doesn't always live up to that promise, Mr. Speaker. All too often, there have been efforts to privilege some Americans over others, to create a hierarchy, or to bully particular American communities because of their religion, their ethnicity, their skin color, or their national origin for cynical political gain. Certainly in the Jewish community, we know what it means to be treated sometimes as a scapegoat. We see that incidents of anti-Semitism across America remain at record highs today. We see an alarming rise in physical assaults motivated by anti-Semitism, 203 last year alone. We know that 3 people were killed in anti-Semitic attacks last year, including 2 right here at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. So we know from the struggles of our history that we all must work together to counter racism and anti-Semitism, which form the gateway to destruction of liberal democracy. We cannot pretend that systematic hatred and discrimination leave anybody unaffected in the country. In Congress, we have an obligation to confront bias and discrimination head-on, to foster what President Washington called an enlarged and liberal policy, one that moves our country from the intolerance of white supremacy to the tolerance and universal liberties that he described in that letter to the congregation in Newport. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution, which observes that, quote, one of the most effective ways to combat anti-Semitism and hate is through education and awareness of the contributions that Jewish Americans have made to the United States through the arts, entertainment, science and technology, military, government, business, culinary traditions, and other fields. I thank the gentlewoman from Florida again for her leadership on this project. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I have no more speakers, and I am ready to close when the good gentleman from North Carolina is ready himself.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time, and I want to thank the gentleman from Maryland for his remarks. And continuing on in the same spirit that was referenced by my colleague, to bigotry, no sanction, to persecution, no assistance. Mr. Speaker, all of us as elected leaders and to the leaders around this country, we do have a solemn responsibility to confront anti-Semitism wherever it is. Jewish Americans, as has been discussed on the floor today, have contributed immeasurably to the United States throughout our history, some by serving in armed forces and laying down their lives as recounted in this resolution. I hope that we may honor their service and sacrifice for their fellow Americans. I urge support of this resolution. And before I yield back, Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record an exchange of letters between Judiciary Committee and the Armed Services Committee concerning this resolution.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Washington closed that letter to the congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, this way. He said, "May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of all the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig. And there shall be none to make anyone else afraid." I thank the gentlewoman from Florida for resolution. Thank the gentleman from North Carolina for his thoughtful remarks, and I encourage all colleagues to vote for this resolution. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1251? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes, the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 1252.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1252, resolution memorializing law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 1252, introduced by my colleagues, Representative Guest, Letlow, and Representative Pappas. It is National Police Week, and countless men and women who serve in law enforcement at every level of government have come here to our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. While we gather to recognize their courage, we must also confront a very troubling reality. Every day, law enforcement officers across this country are facing increased threats to their safety and well-being. We know that law enforcement officers answer every call for help, regardless of who the person is, what they believe, and regardless of the threat to their own lives. Tragically, many of those brave men and women who answer the call of duty do not return home. As of April 26, there are nearly 25,000 names of law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty inscribed on the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington. Each name represents a life lost in the line of duty, a family forever changed, and a sacrifice that can never be fully repaid. According to the Fraternal Order of Police, 347 officers were shot in the line of duty in 2025 alone. This marks the 6th consecutive year in which over 300 law enforcement officers have been shot. Mr. Speaker, words alone cannot capture the depth of our gratitude for the service and the sacrifice offered by these brave men and women. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today also in strong support of this resolution, which recognizes the sacrifices made by law enforcement officials across America every day and honors the bravery of those who have fallen in the line of duty and given the rest of us the last full measure of their devotion. These two often unsung heroes have our eternal gratitude, and we must offer our unwavering support to their families and loved ones. 111 officers died in the line of duty last year, and 30 more have fallen already in 2026. They leave behind wives and husbands, fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, partners and colleagues to remember them, and we must remember them too. This year, 363 names will be added to the National Law Enforcement Officer Memorial here in D.C., including 2 officers from Maryland I'd like to mention. Sergeant Brenda J. Lowry of the Cecil County Sheriff's Office died suddenly on June 4, 2024, after working the night shift at the Cecil County Detention Center. Those who knew her recalled how through her nearly 2 decades of service, she managed to make a positive impact in the lives of not only her fellow deputies, but to all that she interacted with during the day. A dedicated servant to her community and country, Sergeant Lowry, like many officers, also a military veteran, a veteran of the United States Air Force, never stopped serving her country and her community. Former Chief Edward E. Ivey, Jr. of the Fairmount Heights Police Department in Prince George's County has been described by colleagues as a natural leader and pillar of his community that he served for 28 years. Chief Ivey passed away after an occupational illness on June 14, 2022. He was posthumously honored by the Police Chiefs Association of Prince George's County in their Hall of Fame award. America's law enforcement officers set out every single day to protect our people. They protect our neighborhoods, our loved ones, our businesses, our schools, our property, and even this building and the people who work within it when called upon to do so. We recognize that our sworn officers do not make these sacrifices alone. Every day, their families live with the knowledge that their loved one may not return home after the shift. These families, too, bear the heavy burdens of the profession, and we honor them today as well. Today, I ask all of our colleagues to join us in honoring all the men and women who took the oath, dedicating their lives to our communities with honor, duty, and courage, and who have fallen in the line of duty. We remain committed to remembering them and honoring them. They will not be forgotten. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We have no further speakers, and I will close with this. The observance of National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day mark a time of solemn remembrance when our nation comes together to honor the courage, the sacrifice, and dedication of the noble law enforcement officers and personnel all across the country and right here in Washington, D.C., and on the Capitol itself, who promote our safety and our security. Let us rededicate ourselves to awareness of their service to our communities and our country. I thank the sponsors of this resolution for upholding and honoring the spirit of this moment. I thank my friend from North Carolina, and I ask all colleagues to support HRES 1252, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for his thoughtful remarks. And in the same spirit that he just articulated, we as elected officials, we must take a stand against these attacks and honor our fallen law enforcement officers. This resolution takes an important first step, and we collectively will never forget those who made such high levels of sacrifice in the line of duty. It is up to us in Congress to honor their memory and to stand up to protect those who do so much each and every day to protect each of us here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1252? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. From Maryland, seat recognition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask for the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose is the gentleman from North Carolina seat recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2853 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 402, H.R. 2853, a bill to combat organized crime involving the illegal acquisition of retail goods and cargo for the purpose of selling those illegally obtained goods through physical and online retail marketplaces.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would first like to begin by commending my good friend and colleague, Mr. Joyce, for the hard work that he has put into not only drafting but ushering this legislation to where we are today. The Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, colloquially known as CORCA, was the byproduct of collaboration between members on both sides of the aisle, law enforcement, industry leaders, shipping and transportation companies, and small business owners throughout this country. I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of this effort. H.R. 2853 is an answer to the significant and persistent increase in organized retail crime that we have seen ballooning in recent years across the United States. Often misunderstood, organized retail crime is a broad category including everything from theft offenses such as stealing items from convenience stores to cargo theft, gift card theft, and stolen or cloned credit cards. And while this may seem isolated or even minuscule when looked at alone, this problem has been escalating across the country at a vast scale. While precise data on the losses to businesses from organized retail crime is hard to specify and difficult to quantify, it is estimated conservatively that up to $100 billion annually is the direct cost to businesses across the country. Organized retail crime is forcing businesses to close, it's endangering the public, and it contributes to the rise in prices for consumers wherever it is. Many organized retail crime rings operate across state and, of course, international lines. While preventing local retail crime is properly left to the state and local governments, this cross-border nature of organized retail crime makes it difficult for state and local law enforcement agencies to fight these crimes, even if just on a resource level alone. To be clear, this bill is not about going after the occasional shoplifter who steals an item of food or some small item that is of little consequence. Rather, this bill is going after the professional thieves, those who are repeat offenders, who steal for profit and do so at a large scale. H.R. 2853 provides federal prosecutors with additional tools to prosecute these and other instances of organized retail crime. For example, the bill amends Title 18 to allow federal prosecutors to charge receipt of stolen goods or transportation of stolen goods when the stolen property reaches an aggregate value of $5,000 or more over a 12-month period. It also expands the definition of monetary instrument in the federal money laundering statute to include general use, prepaid cards, gift certificates, and store gift cards. Over the past several years, organized retail crime groups have been increasingly utilizing gift card schemes to defraud stores and consumers. These groups record the gift card data in the store, receive notifications when the funds are loaded onto the same card, and then drain the balance before the consumer has the opportunity to use those funds. This bill further expands the ability for federal judges to order criminal forfeiture of assets from convictions related to the interstate shipment, transportation, or sale of stolen goods. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it establishes a Center to Combat Organized Retail and Supply Chain Crime within the Department of Homeland Security Investigations. The center will be tasked with coordinating federal law enforcement activities related to organized retail and supply chain crime, including investigations of transnational criminal organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 2853, the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act. This bipartisan legislation will address the crisis of organized interstate criminal theft schemes that are costing the retail sector and consumers tens of billions of dollars a year, but are often too complex for state law enforcement and prosecutors to address on their own. In recent years, retailers have sounded the alarm about this crisis, expressing urgent concern that organized retail crime has become a significant threat both to public safety and to the viability of a retail sector already hard hit by online commerce, threatening the viability of businesses of all sizes, from cargo brokers, shippers, big box stores, and online marketplaces to small, family-owned mom-and-pop retailers. This is a problem that members of Congress are hearing about all the time from our constituents. When we talk about the problem, we are talking about serious criminal enterprises that operate in a coordinated manner to commit large-scale theft of merchandise for resale or to defraud retailers and convert the proceeds directly into cash or into cryptocurrency. This legislation is not aimed at petty shoplifters or small one-off episodes of theft. We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that grows, evolves, and adapts rapidly to the latest technology, security improvements, and modified business practices. These kinds of operations are centrally coordinated, enabled by technology, and very difficult to stop by local police forces. And while organized retail theft endangers the physical safety of retail workers in every sector, this kind of crime hits small businesses especially hard. Family-owned businesses simply cannot afford to replace lost inventory, increase security, make unplanned repairs, and pay the higher insurance premiums that are associated with this criminal epidemic. Small businesses do not have the funds set aside to recruit new employees to replace those who quit because they fear for their safety. Organized retail crime is centralized and sophisticated. Combating it requires a coordinated federal law enforcement response. This legislation is a targeted bipartisan effort to address organized multi-state criminal networks. It's designed to improve coordination among existing partners, not to expand federal authority beyond its current legislative scope. But so we're clear, let's go through exactly what CORCA does. It creates the Organized Retail and Supply Chain Coordination Center to help local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies across America better analyze the problem and formulate more targeted and effective solutions. The information sharing provisions are intended to help police forces work together, along with private sector entities, to prosecute and disrupt the large criminal enterprises that are perpetrating networks of organized retail crime. The law also authorizes prosecutors to aggregate thefts over a 12-month period to meet the $5,000 minimum threshold for federal jurisdiction over certain crimes, and it fixes some loopholes in money laundering statutes so that those using gift cards to launder the proceeds of their organized retail crime can no longer dodge money laundering charges. Finally, the bill directs DHS and DOJ to review and make recommendations to Congress for strengthening grant programs for training and technical assistance. Importantly, this legislation, which sunsets after 7 years unless it's extended, gives the federal government no new authorities. These new activities will take place entirely within existing legal frameworks. It leverages the strengths of local, state, and federal law enforcement to foster a coordinated response across state lines and indeed international borders. In an era in which the Department of Homeland Security often seems to have lost its way completely, this bill is intended to focus its agents on a staggeringly serious problem that demands their focused attention and expertise. Some of my colleagues have raised concerns that the $5,000 threshold in this bill would trigger the involvement of DOJ in what could be a local shoplifting case. In practice, however, longstanding DOJ policy advises federal prosecutors to prioritize cases with much higher dollar amounts, leaving most retail theft cases to be charged by state authorities, which cannot effectively pursue cases across state lines. This policy disparity creates an enforcement gap that organized retail theft rings have learned to exploit. It is precisely this reason that gives rise to this legislation. H.R. 2853 is focused on organized criminal enterprises engaged in cargo theft, gift card fraud, and other large-scale retail theft. These are not isolated incidents or opportunistic low-level offenses. They involve structured networks that move goods and money across jurisdictions, operating with a level of coordination that makes them difficult to detect and prosecute. H.R. 2853 is a bipartisan effort to address a nationwide problem that indeed requires coordination across agencies, different levels of government, and private industry sectors. By strengthening information sharing and aligning existing resources, this bill will help law enforcement agencies at every level of government more effectively identify, disrupt, and prosecute coordinated criminal enterprises. I support this legislation, and I will reserve.
The gentleman who reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my distinguished colleague. I'm proud to rise today in strong support of my legislation, the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act. Organized retail crime is far beyond isolated shoplifting. It is a highly coordinated criminal enterprise that harms businesses, workers, and families in every corner of our country. Whether you're a truck driver, a small business owner, or an everyday consumer, this issue affects you. These criminal organizations are engaging in large-scale theft operations involving violence and intimidation, putting the lives of retail workers, small business owners, and everyday shoppers at risk. They disrupt supply chains, drive up costs, and create economic shockwaves that reach far beyond the retail sector. Cargo theft and supply chain fraud are surging nationwide, and the consequences are serious. First, it puts hardworking Americans in danger. Our truck drivers and rail workers play an essential role in keeping this country running, and they should not have to fear for their safety on the job. Second, these crimes disrupt supply chains and raise consumer prices. As we've seen in recent years, supply chains break down. It is hardworking families who are ultimately paying the price. The goods stolen by these criminal organizations are not simply resold for profit. In many cases, the proceeds are used to finance broader criminal activity, including drug trafficking, human trafficking, and weapons trafficking. The Combating Organized Retail Crime Act gives law enforcement the tools they need to combat this growing epidemic. By establishing an organized retail and supply chain crime coordination center with the Department of Homeland Security, this legislation will improve coordination along federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies. This bill also strengthens prosecutors' ability to pursue those criminal organizations and hold those threatening our businesses and our communities accountable. From small businesses on Main Street to retailers operating nationwide, organized retail crime threatens a key pillar of the American economy. We cannot allow criminal organizations to intimidate hardworking Americans, threaten jobs, or destabilize communities across our country. That is why I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, especially this police week, and to demonstrate that Congress will always stand with law enforcement, protect small businesses, and fight organized crime. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady representing the 3rd District of Nevada, Ms. Lee, who's been such a great champion for this legislation and has educated a lot of the Congress about it, along with her colleague, Ms. Titus, representing the 1st District.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During Police Week, I am proud to stand in support of Combating Organized Retail Crime Act. Listen, organized retail crime puts all of us in danger. This isn't typical shoplifting. It involves integrated, organized networks, often transnational, who are very sophisticated in planning and reselling their items. Quite simply, it is a coordinated criminal enterprise that hurts consumers, taxpayers, and businesses of all sizes. In fact, it's especially small businesses that often lack security teams, can't absorb large losses, and face higher insurance costs that are hurt the most. These crimes have more widespread consequences for public safety because these organized groups often resell their stolen goods to finance other illicit activities, including drug and human trafficking operations. My hometown of Las Vegas is ranked 6th in the nation for cities affected by organized retail crime. And in Nevada alone, organized retail crime has caused an estimated loss of $85 million in tax revenues and close to $500 million in the total amounts of goods stolen each year. This isn't just a financial issue, however, it's a public safety one. Shoppers and retail employees face intimidation, threats, and real physical danger. We need to work to dismantle these criminal networks. Our local and state law enforcement agencies are doing incredible work, but this shouldn't be left up to local police alone. We need coordination at the federal level to investigate and prosecute these crimes and link activity across state and transnational lines. Corca would update the law to designate organized retail crime as a federal offense and give law enforcement the tools they need to crack down on criminal operations. I'm grateful that over 200 of my colleagues co-sponsored this legislation, and I ask both Democrats and Republicans to join me in passing it to support our local businesses, equip our law enforcement with the resources they need, and keep our retail workers and customers safe. Thank you.
Thank you. We will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize Ms. Titus from the 1st District of Nevada for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Oh, thank you very much. I rise in support of H.R. 2853, Combating Organized Retail Crime legislation, which I'm proud to co-lead and have been working on since 2021 within Representative Buck from Florida. Organized retail crime is one of the most pressing concerns I hear about from businesses, workers, law enforcement, and community leaders, not just in Nevada, but across the country. As you have heard, these sophisticated operations go far beyond just a kid stealing a candy bar, and they require a strong federal response to protect consumers, local businesses, and transportation networks. As you have heard from our ranking member in detail how this bill will work, so I I ask you to just think about it in personal terms. When you get ready to go to a store, whether it's to buy razor blades from Target or an electric saw from Home Depot, what do you find? You find all of these things locked behind glass doors. You then have to call an assistant. You have to wait. You can't play with whatever it is or read the description or the specs because this is all locked away, protecting it from organized retail crime. Now, what have you done? You have made it more expensive, more inconvenient. You've led to people staying at home because they're reluctant to go shopping. They'll just do it online. This hurts local businesses and also it cuts down tax revenue for local governments. At the same time, you are putting people in danger from these people who engage in this type of crime, and they use this money to fund trafficking of all types, human, drugs, and guns. So I would ask you to join with me in supporting this legislation that will protect workers and customers, support our businesses, and strengthen public safety. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I commend my friend and colleague, Mr. Raskin from Maryland, for his considerable scholarship and efforts in getting this bill to the floor. We certainly wouldn't be here without his assistance, and I'm grateful for it. And Mr. Speaker, as a federal prosecutor in my previous career, I worked many years in the organized crime space. I investigated crimes like these, I spoke with the criminals, and there is, as we've already discussed, a very deep need for this bill that the general public does not often see. I'm not talking about shoplifters. I'm not talking about the individual acts of random crime. I'm talking about the more proficient domestic and international actors that have a real effect on every business and every customer in this country. This bill is highly targeted in its scope, and it addresses an important issue that is ongoing within our country, and it does not usurp local authority. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. It's an important measure that will protect consumers, it will protect businesses, and it will protect employees all over the United States. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Well, thank you kindly. Let the word go out to all of the organized retail criminal conspiracies and outfits and operations and racketeering enterprises across America and the world that we're going to have an organized retail and supply chain crime coordination center. We're going to be working between the federal government and the state and local governments in order to crack down on this very serious threat to our small businesses, some bigger businesses, and to all the consumers and the people of the country. And I want to thank the distinguished former prosecutor and congressman from North Carolina for his leadership on this. We are not powerless. There's definitely something that we can do to stop this, and this is a clear, effective bipartisan solution before us. So I urge all of our colleagues to support H.R. 2853, and I'm happy to yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2853 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The gentleman from North Carolina requested the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose is the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2267 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2267, a bill to require the Attorney General to submit to the Congress a report that includes the demographic data of persons determined to be ineligible to purchase a firearm based on a background check performed by the National Instant Criminal Background Check System.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2267.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may
The
consider.
gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we are bringing to the floor the NICS Data Reporting Act. It was inspired in the Judiciary Committee with a conversation that I had with the late Sheila Jackson Lee. I became aware of a problem with the NICS background check system because John Lott, who's an author, an economist, and statistician, author of many books, worked at the Department of Justice and has been privy to some of this data and has discovered that the NICS background check system doesn't work like we think it does, or may actually, in fact, have a racial prejudice built into it. That's a problem because the right to keep and bear arms, like all fundamental rights protected in the Constitution and given to us by God, should not be based on race, sex, or religion. The NICS system, that stands for National Instant Criminal Background Check System, is a program that it was instituted many years ago that you have to go through when you want to purchase a firearm. You fill out a Form 4473 at the gun store, and you record some affirmations on there that you're not a felon, that you don't use drugs, and you also put on there your some demographic data. Well, the DOJ collects this data, but they've never let us see it, and I think we could learn some things and improve their system if we could see this data. Now, as soon as you fill out the form, they send it in to the central database, and they check to see if you are a prohibited person. In other words, have you been convicted of a crime for which you could serve a year or more? Or have you been mentally adjudicated as defective according to this system? What happens when it does this check is the computers will look for phonetically similar names. And if you share a name, unfortunately, with somebody who is a criminal, even if you're not a convicted criminal yourself, you could be denied the purchase of a firearm. In fact, there have been 2 million denials since this system was put into place in the 80s. And in any given year, we've seen over 100,000 denials, but we know these are mostly false denials because there have only been 12 federal convictions in a year where there were 100,000 denials. And the problem is you can appeal this, and if it's your first appeal, you don't get it overridden, you have to employ lawyers, and now when you have to spend a lot of money to exercise a constitutional right, you're effectively being deprived of that right. And here's what we believe, that if you looked at the data, what you will find is that Black Americans are 3 times more likely to get a false denial in the NICS background check system, and that Hispanic Americans are twice as likely to get a false denial from the NICS background check system as a white American might be. Why is this? Because they share similar names, surnames, and first names within racial and ethnic groups. And so if you're in one of these groups and share one of these names with somebody who's been convicted, you can be deprived of the ability to purchase the gun. So this is a problem. We want to see the data, and that's the purpose of this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2267, the NICS Data Reporting Act, which would require the Attorney General to submit an annual report to Congress providing demographic data about the individuals who receive denials from the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS, as part of an attempted firearm purchase in the preceding year. The NICS background system has processed more than 300 million checks since the FBI launched the system in 1998. NICS checks are critical to enforcing our laws that keep certain disqualified individuals from possessing a firearm. The overwhelming majority of NICS checks determine that a prospective purchaser may legally purchase a firearm, and these checks are typically completed in just a few minutes. But in some instances, a NICS search determines that a person may not legally purchase a firearm because the person is matched to a serious criminal conviction, a domestic violence restraining order, a dishonorable discharge from the armed services, a wanted persons list, or other disqualifying record. Since its inception, NICS has denied sales to more than 1.5 million transactions, keeping firearms out of the hands of dangerous people who should not have them. The sponsor of this legislation, Congressman Massey, has cited evidence suggesting that Black and Hispanic men may be more likely to experience false denials, since, due to over-incarceration, they are disproportionately likely to share a name with other Black or Hispanic men who are incarcerated. Mr. Massey has also expressed concern that erroneous NICS denials may disproportionately affect people based not just on race, ethnicity, and national origin, but also on sex, gender, age, disability, income, and English language proficiency. This is why his legislation asks for the demographic data of individuals denied firearms through NICS for each of the categories I just listed. There is absolutely no harm in seeking this information. We need data and facts to understand our complex world, to craft responsive legislation, and to determine how to allocate government funding. In fact, when I was in North Carolina representing people who had been wrongly stopped by law enforcement officials, we instituted a data collection system that looks into whether or not people have been detained based on their race or their gender. And it's been very effective. NICS is an essential tool that keeps guns out of dangerous people's hands. We should seek to learn more about how NICS is working and make improvements, if any are necessary. We need a universal violent criminal background check to close loopholes in current laws, like the internet loophole and the gun show loophole. I support this legislation, and I urge my Republican colleagues to stand with us in supporting public access to all information, including demographic data, so that we can be certain that our laws and our government are working for every American. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear about the purpose of the bill. It's not to collect more information on prospective gun buyers. It's to know what the information we have, what's been collected. What can we infer from those things? So, for instance, on the form, we already collect race and ethnicity. The purpose of this bill is not to tell us individual details about the people who purchased the guns. We want to know these numbers in the aggregate so that nobody's particular traits or names will be disclosed as gun owners. We just need to know what it looks like statistically. There's been a question from some of my conservative colleagues as to why the bill asks for both gender and sex. The reason for that is before 2016, the Form 4473 used to ask what your gender was, and after 2016, it asks what your sex is. So the language of the law doesn't suggest that those two things are different things. It just acknowledges that the data that's been collected over the years has been collected under two different terms, and we want to know all of the data. Imagine if a bank which also does background checks on its prospective tellers and employees of the banks. Imagine if a bank had an error in their system which caused black tellers or Hispanic tellers to fail the background check more than white tellers or other bank employees. The bank would be sued out of existence. Yet we have a government system which we believe probably does this. And so that's why we need to know the data. And then my goal with this is that we improve the system, that we make it not sloppy, because what will the improvement yield? It will take out the racial bias in the system that exists right now, but it will also mean that all races, whether you're white, black, Hispanic, Asian, and whether you're male or female, there will be no bias because we will check for your actual name and your actual birthday and clean this system up. And with that, I would like to reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, this bill would require the Attorney General to provide demographic information about NICS denials. I support collecting data to better understand and evaluate the effectiveness of NICS and determine whether it needs to be strengthened in any way. In the memory of Sheila Jackson Lee, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank you, and I want to also thank Mr. Hank Johnson from Georgia, who's also a member of the Judiciary Committee, who, in fact, improved this bill before it came to the floor. We marked it up in Judiciary. He had a suggestion, and in order not to delay the bill or the passage of it through committee, I assured him that I would work with him before it came to the floor. A lot of times that's a euphemism, and it never happens, but we did, in fact, insert the language from Hank Johnson's office directly into this bill, and not because I wanted to cut a deal, but because it actually made the bill better. We will find out not just the demographics of the denials, but also the demographics of the people who overturned their denials. And this is important, too, for improving the system. So with that, I urge passage of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2267, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Mr. Schmidt, yeah, sorry. For what purpose is the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8352 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 553, H.R. 8352, a bill to authorize peace officer standards and training agencies to access criminal history records and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 8352.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8352 is a common sense and bipartisan bill that fixes a critical flaw in federal statute. State peace officer standards and training agencies, or posts, are responsible for certifying, licensing, and overseeing law enforcement officers in their respective jurisdictions. All 50 states have some form of a post agency, although they go by different names. More than 50,000 individuals apply each year for law enforcement positions across the United States, and local, county, state, and tribal agencies submit these applicants to their respective state post agencies for certification. It is our expectation that each of those men and women would be a person of integrity, capable of upholding the position of public trust. But we shouldn't just take the applicant's word for it. As President Reagan might have said, trust
but verify. Applicants voluntarily consent in writing to these background checks when applying for employment to perform the duties of a law enforcement officer. But current federal law does not give post agencies full access to criminal history records contained within the FBI's CJIS system. This can result in post agencies having incomplete records when deciding whether to certify a candidate for employment as law enforcement. This unnecessary barrier has resulted in candidates with disqualifying convictions slipping through the cracks. In my own state of Kansas, it's currently dealing with an issue of an officer with a disqualifying conviction who was hired by an agency without performing the mandatory background criminal history check. Since Kansas CPost does not have the authority to run its own criminal histories, it has to rely on the hiring agency's verification that the applicant has met all of the minimum requirements. That officer has been working for more than 18 months with a disqualifying conviction. Giving post agencies this access is a common sense step that strengthens accountability and helps keep communities safe by preventing individuals with disqualifying criminal history records from entering or remaining in the profession. I want to thank Chairman Jordan and my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for unanimously supporting this bill during our committee markup last month. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Ross from North Carolina, for her leadership in making this a bipartisan partnership and effort. And I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8352, the Bipartisan Criminal History Access Act of 2026. I applaud my colleague, Mr. Schmidt, for introducing this important bill and for working together to get it through the Judiciary Committee. Every state has its own standards for determining who may serve as a state or local law enforcement officer. Those standards are set and administered by a state board or agency. These police officer and standard training post agencies are often also empowered to certify individuals who may be hired as law enforcement officers, train the potential officers, or assist with vetting other local law enforcement personnel. This bill would authorize state post agencies to directly access federal criminal history records when vetting and certifying law enforcement trainees and officers. Post agencies are essentially the gatekeepers to law enforcement profession. Their job is to keep bad actors out. Over 50,000 people apply for law enforcement positions across the country every year, and applicants are already sign off on disclosure of their criminal history records as part of that process. The problem is that current federal law blocks most post agencies from accessing those records. So they end up relying on whatever the hiring department shares with them. When disqualifying information gets left out, post agencies never see it, and someone who shouldn't be certified may get certified. This bill fixes this by amending 28 U.S.C. 534 to add post agencies to the list of entities authorized to receive federal criminal history records, the same access law enforcement agencies already have. This is a simple, low-cost, actually no-cost fix to close this gap. Again, I thank Congressman Schmidt for working with me in a bipartisan manner to bring this issue to the committee's attention and to propose a common-sense solution. I thank the International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training for their technical expertise and assistance with this legislation, which is also supported by the major county sheriffs of America, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the Association of State Criminal Investigative Agencies. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no other speakers, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close.
The gentlelady is recognized to close.
Madam Speaker, this bill would provide a limited and logical extension of the authority to share criminal history records so that those who help screen law enforcement officers have the information they need to maintain hiring standards. As we observe National Police Week, I'm pleased to support this legislation that strengthens our law enforcement agencies and improves public safety by ensuring that applicants are appropriately screened. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan legislation, and I congratulate Congressman Schmidt on a fine bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized to close.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Madam Speaker, this week across America, we honor the brave men and women in law enforcement who work every day to protect and serve the American public. And in particular, we honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice, whom we recognized in a resolution on this floor just a few minutes ago. A few weeks ago, I was honored to speak to the 355th basic class at the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center, which provides basic training and continuing education for most of the law enforcement officers in our state. The auditorium at the training center where the graduation ceremony is held is appropriately named Integrity Auditorium. And each graduate is presented with a challenge coin that bears the phrase, "Integrity is the basis for community trust." This bill is about ensuring that all law enforcement officers across our country are held to that standard of integrity and that disqualifying prior criminal convictions are properly disclosed to the appropriate state licensing agencies. I want to thank the International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training for bringing this issue to our attention. I want to thank my colleague and friend, Ms. Ross of North Carolina, for joining me in introducing this important bipartisan bill. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. And Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8352? Those in favor, as amended. Those in favor say aye. In the opinion of the chair, those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.Res. 1259.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1259, resolution expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that the President should prioritize securing the release of Pastor Jin Mingri, Pastor Gao Quanfu and his wife Peng Yu, Dr. Gulshan Abbas, and Jimmy Lai detained by the People's Republic of China during future engagements with Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I, like many in the House and the Senate, want to thank President Trump for requesting on numerous occasions that Xi Jinping release Jimmy Lai and other women and men who are gravely sick and unjustly incarcerated. It is not largely known, but hundreds of innocent Americans languish in Chinese prisons today, including Nelson Wells of New Orleans and Dawn Michelle Hunt from Chicago. At a hearing that I chaired in September of 2024, Bringing Home America's Detained in China, we heard heartbreaking stories from their families and their loved ones. According to the Foley Foundation, more United States nationals are wrongfully detained in China than in any other country. I've introduced legislation to create a comprehensive strategy to try to obtain their release. HRES 1259 speaks to this issue of unjustly detained individuals, and it's about Pastor Ezra Jin, founder of the Zion Church, detained and deemed that she needs medical care. It's about Pastor Gao Quanfo and his wife Peng Yu, detained for peaceful religious leadership. It's about Gulshan Abbas serving a 20-year sentence because her sister, Rushan Abbas, dared to tell Congress the truth about the CCP's genocide against the Uyghurs. I alone, and she's testified before other committees, have had Rushan Abbas testify 3 different times. She's eloquent, she's nonviolent, and just wants her sister returned home and to be safe. The CCP has imprisoned one sister in this case in order to silence another, and that is hostage-taking, plain and simple. And of course, this resolution is about Jimmy Lai, the courageous founder of Apple Daily, in prison because he defended freedom of the press, democracy, and the rule of law in Hong Kong. His son, Sebastian Lai, testified in 2023 at a hearing that I chaired of the Congressional Executive Commission on China. And when he was done, I said, you're a chip off the old block. You are so persuasive and so full of goodness, just like his father. He did tell us that his father was refusing not to speak truth to power, that he was not going to be silenced, and that he may die in prison. That testimony, Mr. Speaker, should haunt us and move us to action. I would remind my colleagues that some years ago, working with Speaker Pelosi, we were able to pass the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act. And unfortunately, it's only gotten worse since then. Yes, sanctions have been meted out, but unfortunately, Xi Jinping has incarcerated the best and the bravest and the brightest in all of China. Jimmy Lai should not spend one more night in a Hong Kong prison. He is a man of total nonviolence. He used the power of the pen to try to persuade and to admonish. Like Sebastian, Jimmy Lai's daughter, Claire, has bravely and tenaciously and prayerfully advocated for her dad's release. Claire told the Associated Press last December that her dad just wants to reunite with his family. He wants to dedicate his life, what's left of it, to serving our Lord, and he wants to dedicate the rest of his days to his family. She has met with many, many House and Senate members. She sat right up there during the State of the Union, met with members. I was with her for much of that time. She was with the Speaker, and she was just so gracious. She exudes compassion, and she radiates kindness. All that she and Sebastian are asking for is that their father be released, and we know President Trump is going to raise that face-to-face with Xi Jinping. I'd remind my colleagues that I've been in this body for 46 years and worked on political prisoners all over the world, starting in the Soviet Union. We've always found out that when the United States names prisoners, it works. Reagan did it all the time. Schultz, Secretary of State, specific names. And many of those people were released when they were advocated for. It can also help secure access to lawyers, family and medical care, and it can save lives. And again, it can lead to releases. I note parenthetically, because I work on Belarus all the time, about 500 prisoners have been released due to the advocacy and intervention of the president. I mean, that's amazing. It does work, and he's trying to do it now as he heads over to China. It matters to their families, it matters to every prisoner languishing in a cell. because he or she dared to pray, publish, speak, worship, or advocate for fundamental human rights and freedoms. And it matters to the Chinese Communist Party because autocrats listen when the President of the United States names names. Silence is not an option. Silence tells the jailer no one is watching. Silence tells the prisoner the world has moved on, turned the page. It tells Beijing that hostage diplomacy, coercive exit bans, and transnational repression can be normalized. It can't be normalized. We will not be silent, and we pray and hope that the President is successful. I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from
Reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of HRES 1259, expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that the President should prioritize securing the release of Pastor Ezra Jin, Pastor Gao Chuanfu, and his wife, Peng Yu, as well as Dr. Gulshan Abbas and Jimmy Lai, all of whom, Madam Speaker, all of whom have been detained by the People's Republic of China, and we encourage him to take this approach during his upcoming talks with President Xi Jinping. I also want to thank my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for his long-standing leadership on this important issue. President Trump's trip, Madam Speaker, is an opportunity for him to confront Beijing's not only on economic issues, but also on its deeply troubling human rights record, including its suppression of free speech and its ongoing persecution of religious and ethnic minorities. Whether it's pro-democracy advocates in Hong Kong, Uyghurs, or members of the Christian Zion Church, Beijing has imprisoned far too many individuals simply for practicing their faith or exercising their fundamental right of free speech. Across China, underground churches are raided, pastors like Pastor Jin are surveilled, congregations are harassed, believers are detained simply for worshiping outside state control. Pastor Jin's wife, despite having no direct role in the church, has also been arrested without cause and denied access to all necessary medical care. Uyghurs, like Dr. Abbas, face mass internment, forced labor, and egregious human rights abuses that our own government has declared a genocide. And journalists like Jimmy Lai, who have shown fearless activism and extraordinary courage in defense of a free press, are imprisoned for speaking the truth, including reporting on Beijing's democracy crackdown in Hong Kong. Mr. Lai was sentenced to 20 years in prison. This is the most excessive sentence that China has ever given for this so-called offense. Yet unlike prior U.S. administrations that recognize the clear link between human rights and our own security and prosperity, the Trump administration has not meaningfully engaged on China's troubling human rights abuses, and too often has failed to forcefully raise these issues in high-level bilateral engagements with Beijing. That must change. I call on President Trump to reverse this trend and to make securing the release of all the individuals named a central objective in his upcoming meeting with President Xi. This resolution reflects a strong bipartisan consensus in Congress on the importance of securing the release of these brave individuals. President Xi is hoping the war in Iran and our trade objectives with Beijing will distract our focus away from China's human rights abuses. But we need to be clear. The U.S. cannot take the pressure off of Beijing on these critical issues. China cannot be allowed to continue its repression of religious communities, ethnic minorities, Hong Kongers, or the press with impunity. I urge all members to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from California, chairwoman of the Subcommittee on East Asia and Pacific, Young Kim.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, for yielding, and I rise in strong support of House Resolution 1259. This resolution sends a very clear message. The United States will not be silent while the Chinese Communist Party continues to detain, torture, and disappear innocent people including family members of American citizens. These individuals are not criminals. They are pastors, doctors, publishers, and brave voices who have been targeted simply because they threaten the CCP's fabricated narrative and grip on power. Under the CCP's rule, there has been ample evidence of modern-day concentration camps in Xinjiang, where Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minorities face genocide because of their language, culture, and beliefs. In Hong Kong, the national security law and Article 23 have crushed basic freedoms. Jimmy Lai, the courageous founder of Apple Daily, has now spent over 5 years imprisoned. In February of this year, he was sentenced to an additional 20 years in prison, which is essentially a life sentence. At 78 years old, his health is deteriorating, and his case is a symbol of Beijing's assault on the rule of law and basic human rights. The CCP's unrelenting persecution campaign and coercion do not stop at Xinjiang and Hong Kong. Around the world, Tibetans, Falun Gong practitioners, Christians, and pro-democracy voices are under threat. As President Trump prepares to engage directly with Xi Jinping this week, we urge for the prioritization of the immediate and unconditional release of Pastor Jin Ming-ri, Pastor Gao Chen-fu, and his wife Peng Yu, and Dr. Gulshan Abbas, Jimmy Lai, and all others unjustly detained. Several of these individuals have family members who are U.S. citizens. Their loved ones here at home deserve answers and action. I commend President Trump for always putting America first and demonstrating strength and resolve on the world stage. We reject the CCP's reign of terror. We stand with every freedom-loving people in Hong Kong, Xinjiang, Tibet, and across China who dreams of a day when faith is not a crime and truth is not censored. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I urge the administration to make the release of these individuals a priority in engaging with Beijing. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman, Congressman Olszewski, you pronounced it correctly, from Maryland, Johnny O, as we call him, for his leadership and his beautiful statement on what we are challenged with right now and how this legislation addresses that. I always want to praise Mr. Smith for his leadership on human rights throughout the world. What is it, Chris? We've been working on these things for 30 years, probably. He's not paying attention, but 30 years with Frank Wolf, going and visiting people in prison and trying to make sure people knew. Because, you know, they say that these autocrats, the president of China, for one, the most horrible form of torture that they can put on a prisoner is to tell them nobody even remembers them or cares about them or even knows why they are in prison. That's why I thank you both for bringing this legislation to the floor so that we on the floor of the House of Representatives can make sure that they know they are not forgotten. I rise today in strong support of this resolution, calling on the President to prioritize the release of these courageous individuals who have been unjustly detained by the government of the People's Republic of China simply for exercising their fundamental human rights. Jimmy Lai sits in prison because he dared to defend democracy and free press in Hong Kong. Mr. Smith talked about Jimmy and his son Sebastian, his daughter Claire. Now they have a grandbaby in the family, and Jimmy is, of course, not able to see the baby while they torture him in prison there. And then Dr. Gulshan Abbas has disappeared because of Beijing's repression of Uyghurs. She's there because of what her sister has testified to us, Mr. Smith mentioned, and that is engaging in transnational human rights suppression. In addition to that, Christian pastors and their families are persecuted simply for worshiping freely. Jin Mingri, we've heard about him, Pastor Gao Chenfu, and Pang Yu, and Abbas, I talked about Dr. Gulsham Abbas. Now, let's just say that I want to just say that this has always been bipartisan and bicameral, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans always coming together on these pieces of legislation. I want to call special attention to what our Speaker Johnson did a few months ago. He was invited to address the House of Commons in this, our bicentennial year of our country, and I asked him if he would mention Jimmy Lai in this speech, and he did, and he told me it got a good response. So we thank the Speaker for making that appeal to the House of Commons. Here, this resolution makes clear that human rights cannot be separated from America's engagement with China. The release of these individuals must remain a priority at the highest level of diplomacy. While the President is on his visit there, he is bringing with him a long list of business leaders. I have to say, if we do not speak out for human rights in China because of commercial interest, we lose all moral authority to speak out for human rights anywhere in the world. With this resolution, the House reaffirms that America will continue to stand for freedom, human rights, and the principle that no person should be imprisoned simply for what they believed. So let's make this a strong, as always, bipartisan vote. I thank the chairman, Mr. Smith. I thank Johnny O. I urge a strong bipartisan vote in support of this resolution. And yield back my time to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We have one more speaker, and I yield 3 minutes, Madam Speaker, to the gentleman from New York, the co-chair of the Uyghur Caucus, Representative Swazi.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Congressman Johnny O. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my friend Chris Smith's resolution to encourage our president while in China to push for the release of political prisoners of the Chinese Communist Party. First, Dr. Gulshan Abbas. Gulshan is a minority Muslim in the Xinjiang region of China, a Uyghur who's been imprisoned for 8 years for the crime of being a practicing Muslim and as a retribution for her sister's human rights advocacy. Even before I started the Congressional Uyghur Caucus in 2021, I've been fighting alongside Gulshan's U.S. citizen sister, Rushan Abbas, and U.S. citizen daughter, Ziba, and other family members to free this innocent woman. Second, Pastor Jin Mingri, a man of tremendous faith who was imprisoned for the crime of leading a powerful Christian movement in Beijing. He and other Christian leaders in China are the victims of the Chinese Communist Party's war on faith. In anticipation of the summit, we co-sponsored a bipartisan and bicameral letter with over 30 members of the House and Senate calling for the release of Pastor Jin and other leaders of his church. Pastor Jin's U.S. citizen daughter, Grace, has been an inspiration, and as have been the messages coming from Pastor Jin. Jimmy Lai is a remarkable man, imprisoned for the crime of journalism. I met Jimmy Lin here in our nation's capital in 2019 as he fought against the corruption and human rights abuses by the Chinese Communist Party, and as he fought with peaceful protest in favor of democracy in the face of brutal repression in Hong Kong. He wanted me to encourage student protesters in Hong Kong to remain peaceful and practice nonviolence. Instead of me advocating for the students to remain peaceful in their protest, I enlisted the help of one of America's great civil rights icons, John Lewis. Congressman Lewis joined me in a video message that was viewed by millions of people throughout the world. John Lewis reminded us all to practice, quote, peace, love, and nonviolence to change things. He told us to respect the dignity and worth of every human being. Now, Jimmy Lai, 78 years old and in failing health, has been wrongfully imprisoned since 2020 and is sentenced to 20 years more. His daughter Claire and son Sebastian have done heroic work to have their ailing father released. Now, we need the Chinese Communist Party to heed the message of John Lewis and so many others to respect the dignity and worth of every human being and release Dr. Gulshan Abbas, Pastor Jin Mingri, Jimmy Lai, and every other person who's been wrongfully imprisoned, and to change the dynamic between our two countries. This resolution encourages our president to make this release a priority on this trip. And we urge the Chinese Communist Party to stop defending the indefensible and enhance China's standing in the world by working with President Trump to finally get this done. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
No further requests at this time for speakers. I'm prepared to close as well.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Madam Speaker, there is broad bipartisan consensus, as we heard today in this body, that the U.S. must once again apply pressure and use leverage to hold China accountable for human rights abuses, persecution of minorities, journalists, and Hong Kongers, and force it to release those who have been wrongfully imprisoned. This week is an opportunity for President Trump to press President Xi on these issues during their summit. This resolution calls on President Trump to make central in his negotiations the release of Pastor Jin, Pastor Gao Chuanfu, and his wife Pang Yu, Dr. Gulshan Abbas, and Jimmy Lai. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in supporting HRES 1259, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time. And just let me say, I want to thank my friends on the other side of the aisle. Mr. O, thank you for your kind words on behalf of this important resolution, and the Speaker, Pelosi, and Tom Suozzi. We worked together very, very closely on the Uyghurs, and thank you for your strong statement. And of course, Young Kim was eloquent, as she always is. So there's a great deal of support for Jimmy Lai, as we all know. He's 78. He got a 20-year prison sentence on top of the 5 he's already served, and it is a death sentence. He's not well. He has a number of maladies that are affecting his health. And we know, and the Speaker will remember, when Liu Xiaobo, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, when he was gravely sick, the Chinese Communist Party wouldn't even let him get the medical attention that he required. We don't want a deja vu on that ever. He needs to be released to his family so he can get the very necessary health care and to, in these final years, enjoy his amazing family and to be celebrated, frankly, for the great man that he is. You know, Rick Scott and I, Senator Scott, did a letter last week which kind of summed it all up. 100 of our colleagues signed onto it. And in part, it said the humanitarian case for Mr. Lai's freedom is urgent and it's undeniable. He's a devout Catholic, a successful entrepreneur, again, who's already spent 5 years in detention, much of it in solitary confinement. His health has declined in custody, prolonged isolation, and inadequate prison conditions, and increases the risk of permanent harm. Mr. President, we greatly appreciate that you have discussed the case of Jimmy Lai with Xi Jinping before. We know you have pledged to do it again, and we're hoping that the appeal will be heard by Xi Jinping himself. Search deep in your heart. Why continue to repress this absolutely amazing man who should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize, not a prison sentence? I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of our time.
And yields.
Yes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to Resolution 1259? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the...
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 2071 and H.R. 2853. The first electronic votes will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining votes, electronic votes, will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2071 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 491, H.R. 2071. A bill to prohibit federal funds from being made available to international financial institutions for the purposes of financing foreign shrimp farms and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 391, the nays are 18. One is recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. It's crossed out. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2853 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 402, H.R. 2853, a bill to combat organized crime involving illegal acquisition of retail goods and cargo for the purpose of selling those illegally obtained goods through physical and online retail marketplaces.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 348, the nays are 60. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House. Over here, yeah.
I think they added the gentleman is recognized, but I would ask the chamber to please come to order. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, as many of you know, this National Police Week is dedicated to the brave men and women of law enforcement who have fallen in the line of duty. As a lifelong law enforcement officer and a former sheriff, this day is both reflective and somber for me, my colleagues, and our law enforcement communities nationwide. Every day, our officers put on a gun and a badge and say goodbye to their loved ones, not knowing if they will return home again. They stand as a shield between the vulnerable that they vowed to protect and those intent on doing harm. Last year alone, 111 officers sacrificed their lives in service to their communities. For this, we owe them a debt of gratitude. And I call on all of us to live our lives worthy of their sacrifice. And now I have here with me and proud to introduce my good friend and co-chair of the House Bipartisan Law Enforcement Caucus, Congressman Josh Gottheimer. Josh?
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Congressman and Sheriff Rutherford. This week, law enforcement officers from across our country are gathering here in Washington for National Police Week. It's a time we honor the brave men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our communities and our great country, the greatest country the world's ever known, and to commit ourselves to supporting those who serve us day in and day out. Every day, these men and women put on a vest and a badge, kiss their loved ones goodbye, and head out the door not knowing whether they'll be coming home. Their courage, selflessness, and commitment to safety will never be forgotten. To the families who carry the weight of this loss every day, we stand with you, we pray for you, and remain forever grateful for your loved ones' service. And we must redouble our commitment to investing in law enforcement to make sure we protect our great country. And I'm very honored to be here with the co-chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus, Sheriff Rutherford, but with all these members who stand united in making sure we protect our great country. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor the fallen heroes of law enforcement. Thank you.
Oh, just Terry. Just try your trigger, Terry. A couple months ago.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection, gentlewoman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of Colleen Hanabusa, a proud daughter of Waianae, a Tita at heart, and a former member of the House who represented Hawaii's 1st Congressional District. When I was first elected to the Hawaii State Senate, Colleen made history as the first ANHPI woman in the nation to lead a legislative body. But she understood something important about being the first. Your job is to hold the door open so you are not the last. That's who Colleen was. At her memorial last week, I looked around the Senate floor and saw her legacy everywhere, in the leaders that she mentored, the people she believed in, and the confidence she gave so many of us before we saw it in ourselves. It was hard to feel like she was gone because so much of her remains in all of us. When I think of strength, I think of Colleen. She always had the answers, but she never needed the spotlight. She pushed others forward while making it clear she had our backs. And as a young mother in public office, she never once made me feel like I had to choose between leading and loving my family. To her husband, John, who was her rock, and to her beloved fur babies, Franny and Puppers, and Little, who's up there with her now, they were her soul. Thank you for sharing Colleen with all of us. They definitely broke the mold when they made her, and I dearly miss my friend. I ask my colleagues to join me now in a moment of silence in her memory and her honor. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, be removed as a co-sponsor from H.R. 8659.
Without objection, the chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I do rise today in honor of the officers of the law, the brave men and women who put their lives on the line to protect our communities. During National Police Week, police officers, detectives, state troopers, police chiefs, and sheriffs are traveling to Washington to acknowledge the contributions of their fellow men and women in uniform. As the son of a police officer, I do know firsthand the experiences that law enforcement and their families face every day, and the dangers. Just this year in Pennsylvania, 4 officers were killed and 14 were wounded. In 2022, Lieutenant William Lebo of Lebanon City Police Department, right in the middle of my district, was shot and killed in the line of duty. These tragedies underscore the need to always back the blue, and why I advocated renaming a Lebanon County Post Office with this House's support in Lieutenant Lebo's honor. To commemorate all the fallen heroes, last police week the House passed my resolution, the Gold Shield Families Resolution. It recognizes the families of and supports nonprofits for fallen first responders. I call on all Americans to join me in thanking law enforcement by never failing in our duty to back the blue. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to advise and extend my resolution.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an organization in my district that is turning asphalt into opportunity. Sustainable Westchester, a pioneering regional nonprofit serving the Hudson Valley, has launched a bold new initiative called Black Gold. The concept is innovative. Install solar canopies over the vast parking lots that dot our region, transforming the pavement into clean power and energy savings at a time when we're all feeling the squeeze. Parking lots are some of the most underutilized spaces in America. Black Gold changes that. It generates renewable energy, reduces grid strain, shades vehicles, and creates good-paying jobs with critical help from Sustainable Westchester. This is exactly the kind of homegrown innovation that drives economic development and fights climate change at the same time. Mr. Speaker, Black Gold isn't just good energy policy, it's smart economic policy, and it's happening in my district in the Hudson Valley. I urge those interested to visit sustainablewestchester.org for more information on this vital initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Cohen and Collins Trolio, who helped the Ole Miss Rebels win the SEC Golf Championship in Sea Island, Georgia. Cohen finished third in the stroke play championships, and Collins won all matches, beating the #1 amateur in the world, Jackson Covan of Auburn University. The outstanding performance from these young men helped Ole Miss secure a semifinal victory over the Tigers in defeating the Florida Gators 4-1. Cohen, a senior, and Collins, a junior, have distinguished themselves on the course as high school and college players with solid scoring averages. I'd like to congratulate them on their outstanding performance in their SEC championship match. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Gentlewoman from Oregon, does she seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, gas prices are out of control. The average gas price for a gallon of gas in Oregon is $5.30. $5.30. Now, before the start of this Iran war, it was under $4 a gallon, which was high enough already. Americans can't afford the gas to drive to work, pick up their kids from daycare, or make it to doctor's appointments with these kinds of prices. Now, the president wants to suspend the federal gas tax to fix it. He's trying to put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Suspending the 18 cents a gallon gas tax is a fine step, but it falls far short of what Oregonians need. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we need to put Americans first. Right now, that starts at the gas pump. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? The gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the Department of Homeland Security's Federal Protective Service and its brave law enforcement officers for their essential role in protecting federal facilities and the homeland. FPS law enforcement officers are on the front lines defending federal properties and the people who work in and visit them. I appreciate the sacrifices of our FPS law enforcement officers. They make every day to protect federal facilities and ensure the safety of federal employees and visitors. Their dedication and commitment to safeguarding our nation's critical infrastructure often go unnoticed, and their professionalism, courage, and selflessness are crucial to our homeland security. In my home state of Colorado, the fentanyl epidemic has devastated communities and stolen thousands of lives. FPS officers serve as a critical shield that is essential to intercepting fentanyl trafficking networks and stopping this weapon of mass destruction from reaching our families and neighborhoods. During National Police Week especially, I am proud to introduce this resolution to honor the FPS, to recognize their service, to promote greater awareness for their important work, and to show our unwavering support for their vital mission. This resolution recognizes and appreciates the dedication of FPS law enforcement officers and extends gratitude to them and their families for their sacrifice and service, and honors the memories of those who have fallen in the line of duty and encourages continued collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, at the Oval Office yesterday, Dr. Oz said, quote, 1 in 3 Americans are underbabied. First of all, that's not a thing. What are you even talking about, Dr. Oz? If Americans are having fewer kids, maybe it's because people don't think they can afford to have a family right now. They're working longer hours for flat wages while the cost of housing is crushing them. Maybe it's because millions of Americans can't afford health care for themselves, let alone their kids. Maybe it's because people are drowning in student debt, paying outrageous rents, and can't imagine adding childcare to their list of expenses. Dr. Oz, Americans are overworked, they're underpaid, they're struggling to get by, while you, among the rich and powerful, stand and lecture them in a gold-plated room among other people who are clearly and totally out of touch with the American people. You can't serve in an administration that cuts health care, attacks Medicaid, drives up costs for working people, and then act shocked because people say they can't afford to have kids. I yield back.
Members are reminded to send their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for the 8th consecutive year, the Du Bois Area School District has received a National Music Education Honor. The district was once again recognized as one of the best communities for music education by the National Association of Music Merchants. The NAMM Foundation, the world's largest not-for-profit music trade organization, honored more than 1,000 school districts this year for their outstanding efforts to provide music access to all students. The Du Bois Area School District provides music classes for all elementary school students, and by 4th grade, students are offered the opportunity to start a band instrument. In middle school, students begin performing in music ensembles. Over the years, many of these students have qualified for the Pennsylvania Music Educators Association's all-state ensembles, while others have furthered their education at universities while performing arts programs. Mr. Speaker, as a senior member of the House Education Workforce Committee, I commend the Du Bois Area School District for this fantastic achievement and for providing students with the opportunity to immerse themselves in music. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I rise to celebrate Mariachi Aztlán de Pueblo High School for making history once again with their 12th consecutive first-place win at the 44th Annual Tucson International Mariachi Conference Student Showcase, the longest-running continually held mariachi festival in the world. For 12 straight years, these talented young musicians have carried the spirit of Pueblo warriors and Tucson onto the stage with excellence, talent, and pride. Under the outstanding leadership of Director John Contreras, Mariachi Aztlán continues to set the standard for high school mariachi programs across our nation. This moment is especially meaningful to me as a proud Pueblo alumna and mom of a recent grad of this amazing mariachi. Driving these students and their instruments all across Tucson as a mariachi mama, I witnessed firsthand the dedication and corazón that make this group so extraordinary. To the students, families, fans, and Director Contreras of Mariachi Aztlán, your community could not be prouder of you. Estoy muy orgullosa de todos ustedes y muchas felicidades por esta victoria histórica. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the thousands of runners who took to the streets of Toledo this spring for the Glass City Marathon. Seasoned competitors and first-time participants alike demonstrated grit, discipline, and indeed courage to complete all 26.2 miles. Today, we especially celebrate 25-year-old Ohio native Vincent "Vinny" Maury. His extraordinary performance quite literally redefines what is possible. In his very first marathon, he shattered the course record with his breathtaking time of 2:05:54. This earned him the title of 4th fastest American marathoner ever. We also honor Andy Cozzarelli, who posted the top female time of 2:36:57. Wow. Vinny and Andy's times qualified them for the U.S. Olympic trials and a chance to compete in Los Angeles in 2028. Congratulations also to Kevin Kirk, Matt Carter, Ashton Swinford, and Andrea Klima, who took home 2nd and 3rd place medals. To everyone, runner, volunteer, and supporter, you show the very best of America. We are so proud of you. Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with the hardworking men and women of the United Steelworkers who have been locked out of their jobs for almost 2 months at the British Petroleum in Whiting, Indiana. Since day one under the administration's Project 2025, we've seen attacks against organized labor, the gutting of the Department of Labor, and a National Labor Relations Board that only sides with corporate interest. At the same time, an estimated $8 billion hydrogen project at the same British Petroleum facility was canceled after the administration demanded that the tax credits be removed in the Republican reconciliation bill to offset tax cuts for corporations and the most wealthy. This project would have created new energy, put these union men and women on the job today, creating new economic activity and jobs for a generation, and instead they are locked out. Union workers also undergo specialized training to operate in this high-risk environment at a refinery. And today, the replacement workers not only put their lives at risk, but everyone in my community. I continue to call on British Petroleum to lift the lockout, to realize negotiations is not accepting the terms that created the lockout, and be able to return in good faith negotiations and put skilled workers back on the job before a preventable tragedy occurs, simply due to corporate greed. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the brave law enforcement officers who've made the ultimate sacrifice while serving and protecting our communities. Dedicated officers put their lives on the line every single day. Their selflessness and determination to keep us safe serve as a powerful reminder of the risks they face in the line of duty. We remember their names and the legacy they leave behind, as we will forever be etched in our hearts and minds, their memories. Let us stand united in gratitude, ensuring that their sacrifices are never forgotten. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Danny Davis of Illinois for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus to anchor this special order hour. And I ask unanimous consent. As unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus to address another blight on American history. 250 years ago, Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence that all men were created equal and endowed by their Creator with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yet Mr. Jefferson did not include the nearly 500,000 enslaved men, women, and children in the 13 colonies, including at his beloved Monticello. 11 years later, the Constitution of the United States created a government by, of, and for we the people in order to form a more perfect union. Yet it considered the enslaved people 3/5 of a person for purposes of House of Representative apportionment and taxation, and excluded indigenous people altogether. And since 1789, the history of our country has been one of each generation attempting to make true for all Americans the promise of American democracy embedded in our founding documents by expanding suffrage beyond white land-owning men. It is a story of cyclical trauma. As the Civil War tore this country apart, Reconstruction sought to bind its wounds, and a violent backlash of white supremacy erased gains made by formerly enslaved men. In the wake of the Civil War, Congress passed the Reconstruction Amendments to end slavery, guarantee equal civil, legal, and voting rights to formerly enslaved Americans. And all three granted Congress the power to enforce their provisions. Even with these amendments, Southern states resisted, resorting to organizations like the Ku Klux Klan to terrorize black citizens for seeking to vote, run for office, and serve on juries. And Congress passed the Enforcement Acts to allow the federal government to intervene. And as a result, black men gained political power across the South for the first time. In 1870, Senator Hiram Revels of Mississippi and Representative Joseph Rainey of South Carolina became the first black members of Congress. A total of 22 black men served in Congress between 1870 and 1901, including John Mercer Langston, who served in Virginia's 4th Congressional District, a seat that I now proudly serve as the first black woman elected from the Commonwealth of Virginia. The political, social, and economic power gained by blacks across the South during Reconstruction faced a violent backlash as the KKK and other similar organizations began a reign of terror across the South. The Compromise of 1870 ended a deadlock in the presidential election of 1876 and brought Reconstruction to an end. And as a result, widespread violence, fraud, corruption, gerrymandering, malapportionment, and legislation intended to disenfranchise black voters went unchecked for 50 years. And then the Supreme Court issued 2 decisions gutting the Enforcement Acts. One, which arose from the tense aftermath of a Louisiana gubernatorial election and the Colfax Massacre, one of the bloodiest racial confrontations of the Reconstruction era. States wasted no time adopting measures that technically applied to all voters, but were designed and enforced to disenfranchise black voters. Literacy tests, like the one my great-grandfather took in 1902 in Alabama to be able to vote. Poll taxes, like the ones my father and my grandfather paid in Tennessee. More restrictive residency requirements. And yet, we marched on. And in August of 1965, nearly 100 years after passage of the 15th Amendment, Congress passed the most effective piece of legislation to enforce its provisions, the Voting Rights Act. As Justice Kagan wrote in her dissent in the Calais decision that put the final death knell in the coffin of the Voting Rights Act by gutting what's left of it, she wrote that the Voting Rights Act was one of the most consequential and amply justified exercises of federal legislative power in our nation's history. Born of the literal blood of Union soldiers and civil rights marchers, it ushered in awe-inspiring change, bringing this nation closer to fulfilling its ideals of democracy and racial equality. It has been repeatedly and overwhelmingly reauthorized by the people's representatives in Congress, and only we have the right to say when it is no longer needed. And yet, just as the backlash came in response to Reconstruction, beginning with Shelby versus Holder in 2013, the Roberts Court has systematically, from its ivory tower in Washington, gutted the Voting Rights Act. Essentially, the court has said that the medicine for racism in our political system has worked, so let's end the treatment. But the cancer of racism has not gone away. It's been biding its time in remission, waiting for a chance to spread. And now we see these same states that raced to pass race-neutral poll taxes, literacy tests, character tests, gerrymandered maps to pack or crack black voters to dilute their power are now moving with all deliberate speed to do the same thing again in Louisiana, Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina. The Congressional Black Caucus will not stand idly by. As our colleague John Lewis said, democracy is not a state, it is an act that requires each generation to do its part to build the beloved community. Well, our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, some of our members themselves did their part to fight the obstacles put in our way of participation in this government by, of, and for the people, and we will fight tooth and nail to do the same so that our children and our grandchildren don't have to fight these fights. And I'm now honored to yield to our fearless leader, our chairwoman, Yvette Clarke.
Good evening. I'm Representative Yvette D. Clarke, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, proudly representing New York's 9th Congressional District in Central and Southwest Brooklyn. I want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, for anchoring this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. It has been 13 days since the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965, opening the door to a coordinated attack on Black political power and fair representation across the South. Since the Calais decision came down, Republicans across the country have wasted no time in their zealous pursuit of power. They have moved with lightning speed to enact new congressional maps in Florida, Tennessee, and Missouri, and are taking aggressive action in Louisiana, Alabama, and South Carolina. Let's be clear. This is an outright power grab, downright theft, snatching fair representation from Black voters across the South of the United States. It's about silencing Black voices, dismantling majority Black districts, and rigging the map in their favor as elections are already underway. For years, we have sounded the alarm as the Voting Rights Act was chipped away piece by piece. Today, the consequences are here, and they are dangerous. Not since Jim Crow have we witnessed such a sweeping and deliberate effort to disenfranchise Black voters, but we are not powerless, and we are not backing down. Every inch of progress in this country has been fought for, won through struggle, through resistance, and through the courage of the people this nation tried to leave behind. The Voting Rights Act was not handed over freely. It was fought for, organized for, litigated for, and ultimately won through the blood and sacrifices of Black Americans and allies who demanded better from their country. As a nation, we are being called to that same courageous fight today. We owe that to the generations who came before us, the freedom fighters who faced dogs, batons, fire hoses, and jail cells so that we could have a voice here in the halls of Congress. And we owe it to the generations coming after us who deserve a country where their vote is protected, their voice is heard, and their future is not predetermined by those who fear their power. The fight is for nothing short of the future of American democracy itself. And the CBC will meet this challenge head on as we have time again on behalf of the communities we serve. So to anyone who thinks we'll be discouraged, to anyone who believes that we will be silenced, to anyone who hopes we'll sit this moment out, you're mistaken. A setback is just an opportunity for a comeback. And we have no intention of allowing Republicans to drag us backward. And when November comes, we'll show up in numbers too big to ignore and too powerful to suppress. Because our history has taught us that progress is never given, it is won. Won by ordinary people with extraordinary courage and by communities that refuse to be erased. That is the legacy we've inherited, and that is the legacy we intend to protect. We're still here, we're still fighting, and together we will win. So I thank the gentlelady from Virginia, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield to Representative Terry Sewell, who picked up the baton from John Lewis.
I rise tonight with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to sound the alarm about the crisis unfolding before our eyes. The systemic dismantling of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Let me begin by thanking the gentlelady from Virginia for leading this special order hour, and my colleagues in the CBC for their steadfast leadership in this fight. The Congressional Black Caucus has always stood on the front lines in defense of democracy. Tonight's special order hour comes at a time when that leadership is urgently needed. For me, this fight is personal. I grew up in Selma, in the shadow of the civil rights movement. I represent the historic cities of Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Marion, and the Black Belt. Our communities carry the scars of Bloody Sunday, the Birmingham church bombing, fire hose, police dogs, and violent resistance to the simple idea that Black Americans deserve the full promise of citizenship. People in my district bled for the right to vote. Some died for it. And now, 6 decades later, extremists are trying to drag this country backwards. They are trying to erase our hard-fought progress and silence the voices of the very communities that marched, that sacrificed, that organized to make America democracy real for everyone. The Voting Rights Act was one of the greatest achievements of American history. It transformed this nation. It broke the back of Jim Crow voting suppression, and it opened the doors of political participation for millions of Americans who had been locked out of democracy because of the color of their skin. But over the last decade, we have watched that landmark law be chipped away, piece by piece by piece. In 2013, the Supreme Court's disastrous decision in Shelby versus Holder gutted the heart of the Voting Rights Act by striking down the preclearance formula that protected communities with a long history of racial discrimination in voting. And what happened next? Exactly what voting rights advocates warned would happen. States across the South rushed to impose restrictive voting laws. They closed polling stations, purged voter rolls, and redrew maps designed to dilute Black political power. Now, with the court's recent decision in Calais, we are witnessing yet another dangerous step backwards, another attack on the principle of fair representation and equal justice under the law. Within hours of that decision, Republican state lawmakers rushed to eliminate majority Black districts across the South, including in my hometown of Alabama and my home state, where voters will now be forced to live under a map that was previously struck down for intentional discrimination against Black voters. You guessed it, the Supreme Court just ruled that the state of Alabama can go back to a map that intentionally discriminated against Black voters. These decisions send a dangerous message that protections won during the civil rights movement are somehow negotiable, that the rights secured on the Edmund-Pettus Bridge can be weakened, narrowed, or ignored. Well, I reject that. The people I represent reject that, and history rejects that. We cannot allow a handful of extremists, whether on the bench or in state legislatures, to rewrite history and reverse generations of progress. The right to vote is precious, John Lewis told us, almost sacred. Without the vote, communities lose their voice. Without the vote, power becomes concentrated in the hands of the few. Without the vote, democracy itself is in danger. And that is why we must reform and reintroduce the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore, reform, and modernize the protections of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Our bill would rebuild the preclearance system that was destroyed by Shelby. It will once again require jurisdictions with repeated voting rights violations to move those changes to election laws so that they are not discriminatory. It will be reformed to do away with partisan gerrymandering that was unleashed in the Calais case. Let us be clear, the legislation that bears the name of John Lewis, because he understood better than anyone else that democracy is not self-executing. It requires courage. Democracy requires vigilance. It requires action. Only Congress can rewrite the law so that partisan gerrymandering is no longer the law of the land. Only Congress can act to overturn what the Supreme Court did, and we must act now. Because if we fail to meet this moment, future generations will ask how we allowed the gains of the civil rights movement to be dismantled on our watch. But I still believe, after all of this, I still believe in the promise of America. I believe in the legacy of those foot soldiers in Selma. I believe in the courage of ordinary people who refuse to be pushed backwards. I believe that if we stand together, organize together, fight together, we can protect the sacred right to vote for generations to come. I submit to you this: if your vote didn't matter, they wouldn't be working so hard to take it away. We have to vote like our lives depend upon it, because it does. We're not going back. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. We don't want just some representation, no representation. We want fair representation. In the state of Alabama, that means where we are 28% of the vote, African Americans are 28% of the vote, 7 seats, we deserve 2, and we want nothing less. We will march, we will fight, we will organize, and we will vote until victory is won. Join me in Montgomery, Alabama for All Roads Lead to the South, National Day of Action, this Saturday, May 16th at 1 p.m. in Montgomery, Alabama at the foot of the state capitol. We will stand up, stand tall, and we will fight back, because guess what? We are not going back.
Thank you, and I now yield to Representative Maxine Waters of California's 43rd District.
Ladies and gentlemen of America, tonight you see members of the Congressional Black Caucus on the floor of the House of Representatives. If you think what you see tonight is a strong voice against an attempt to disrupt, undermine, and destroy the Voting Rights Act, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is just the beginning of what we must do, of what we have to do. Donald Trump's war on democracy did not start with redistricting, and it certainly will not end there. From day one, he's worked to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion, and programs all across corporate America and throughout the federal government, fueling layoffs, shrinking opportunity, and pushing Black and brown Americans further out of the positions of power and economic mobility. Now, after targeting diversity in jobs, opportunities, and voices in the workplace, with the help of Republicans, this administration is now trying to eliminate representation in Congress itself. Let's call this exactly what it is: a coordinated and deliberate attempt to erase the political power of Black, brown, low-income communities and every other underserved and underrepresented group in America. Throughout racist redistricting schemes, backed by Republican legislatures and enabled by a Supreme Court, who recently voted to gut the Voting Rights Act, they are attempting to eliminate or weaken districts represented by Black lawmakers and potentially wipe out nearly a third of the Congressional Black Caucus. They know they cannot defend Donald Trump's failed economic agenda, rising costs, or assaults on working families, so instead they're trying to rig the system and silence the very communities most harmed by their reckless policies. This is the same playbook we have seen over and over again from Donald Trump and his destructive administration. First, they attack DEI and celebrate the rollback of programs that help open the doors for Black and brown Americans in business, banking, and government. Then they turn around and act surprised when unemployment skyrockets, opportunities disappear, and entire communities are pushed further behind. Now they're taking the same dangerous agenda one step further by trying to erase black representation from the halls of Congress. And let me be very clear. This is bigger than politics. This is about whether America will continue moving forward as a democracy where every voice matters, or whether extremists will drag us backwards into a time when power was reserved for only a select few. Generations of Americans marched, bled, and died for the right to vote and the right to fair representation. Donald Trump and his allies are dishonoring that sacrifice with one of the most aggressive attacks on voting rights and black political representation we have seen in decades. Rest assured, I will not be silent. The Black Caucus will not be silent. People of goodwill will not be silent while extremists attempt to dismantle the hard-fought progress that black Americans built in this country. I will continue fighting to protect our democracy, defend the Voting Rights Act, and ensure black communities and all underserved communities are heard, represented, and respected in the United States Congress. Ladies and gentlemen of America, yes, as I started this presentation this evening, I talk about the fact that the Black Caucus are on the floor. But let me make sure you understand, it is not only on the floor. We will be everywhere. We will be in our churches. We will be in our universities. We will be in the halls of Congress. We will go to the White House. We will do everything that we need to do to show not only Trump, but America in general, that we're not about to be intimidated by someone who disrespects our history and disrespects the sacrifices that have been made by our forefathers and our foremothers. We know how to fight. And we're going to fight. And we're going to fight like you've never seen us fight before. We will be in the hills. We will be on the streets. We will be in the hallways. We will be in the suites everywhere. And so get ready for the struggle. Get ready for the fight. I'm not afraid of the Supreme Court, not afraid of the opposite side of the aisle, not intimidated by anything or anybody. Black Americans will fight for what is right. We've made this country stronger. We have fought to make this democracy what it is today, and we're not going back. Get that right.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. I now yield to Representative Al Green from Texas 9th District.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and I must applaud the gentlelady from California and associate myself with her remarks. And as I do so, I will remind us that yes, the Voting Rights Act was signed by Lyndon Johnson, and he did sign it in ink. But the truth be told, it was written in blood. It was written in the blood of those who crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday, the blood of Schroeder, Goodman, and Cheney, signed in ink, but written in blood. But this is bigger than that. Yes, this is of paramount importance, but it's also about something else that's taking place at the very same time that we're losing our voting rights and many of our members of Congress. That other thing is seniority. Seniority is under assault in the Congress of the United States of America, and it was the Congressional Black Caucus that fought to maintain seniority. And if we lose seniority on our watch, after the suffering that they went through and all that they did to protect it, what can we say about ourselves? Seniority, the means by which many of the people who hold committee chairmanships right now, who are members of the Congressional Black Caucus, they have those chairpersonships because of seniority. Seniority has made a difference because seniority has the power. And this is a power grab in the sense that it's a power grab to take seats away, but it's also a power grab to take seniority away. And when seniority is no longer the means by which we have upward mobility, some things bear repeating. When seniority is no longer the means by which we will have upward mobility, money will rule and we will lose. We will lose. Maxine Waters became chair only woman ever of any hue to chair financial services because of seniority. Benny Thompson, chair Homeland Security because of seniority. And the list goes on and on. My closing words are these. I want my record to show that when seniority was at risk, I did everything that I could to protect it. And I'm going to fight to protect the seniority system because that's the system that allows us to deliver more goods and services to our communities. Yes, there are exceptions, Barbara Jordan being one. But exceptions don't make the rule, they prove the rule. Seniority must stand, and I stand with seniority. I thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to Rep. Gwen Moore from Wisconsin's 4th District.
Thank you so much, gentlelady from Virginia, for yielding. I do have to note that you do come from the heart of the Confederacy originally, and I was really proud when Virginia voters voted to redistrict, to align their votes with the current detriment of votes that the Republican Party seeks. Ms. McClellan, I was just recently reading the book by Jim Clyburn, our colleague. And so what that book tells us is this is just not new. You know, people have talked about it's been 13 days since the Supreme Court acted in the Calais decision, but it's a long history since the 19th century of trying to disenfranchise formerly enslaved people. This is just another day. This is part of American history to try to deny African Americans not only the vote, but their humanity. Now, Ms. McClellan, you're from the heart of the Confederacy, but I want you to know that this is just not a Southern thing. That is why I am from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin was called the Selma of the North because of the discriminatory practices that our voters face. And as a matter of fact, when I was in the state legislature, I fought our governor then over seemingly innocent requirements for voter ID because I knew that that was a camel's nose under the tent to disenfranchise people. And in fact, when that law went into place in 2016, that is when Donald Trump won the presidency in Wisconsin. You've heard from many speakers today, and I won't consume all the time by going on and on. I'm just going to say this. I'm encouraged. And while I'm heartbroken by what the Supreme Court did 13 days ago, this ain't new. We've been here before. And we have the script of how to fix it. Because we went through this. When we saw the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, we saw Supreme Court decisions, we saw presidencies, and guess what? Black people and Americans have always risen to the occasion. We stand on the shoulders of giants, like Ezekiel Gillespie from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who sued the state of Wisconsin in 1865 for the right to vote. We stand on the shoulders of giants like John Robert Lewis. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that a new day will surface again, and this will not be the end. Why? Because we are undeterred. I yield back to you, gentlelady.
Thank you, Representative Moore. I now yield to Representative Hank Johnson from Georgia's 4th District.
I thank the gentlelady from Virginia for yielding, and I thank her for anchoring this CBC Special Order Hour. And I also want to shout out the leadership of CBC Chair Yvette Clarke, for the work that she's doing. Mr. Speaker, I can't breathe. And I'm not saying those words to talk about what George Floyd said about 6 years ago before he was choked to death. Those are not from him. Those are the words that democracy is uttering, is crying. I can't breathe. I can't breathe because MAGA controls the presidency, MAGA controls the House, the Senate, and MAGA controls the United States Supreme Court. MAGA has a trifecta. I can't breathe. Democracy can't breathe. For years, there's been a steady effort by the United States Supreme Court to overrule, get rid of the Voting Rights Act. They started with Shelby County, where they paralyzed the preclearance requirement of the Voting Rights Act. Then they went to Bronovich several years later, made it more difficult to sue for relief under the Voting Rights Act. And then April 29th, I think it was, of this year, they nailed the final nail in the coffin of the Voting Rights Act by gutting Section 2. And they did it, they said that it was a denial of equal protection to white folks for racist legislators and legislatures to have to draw districts that offered or enabled black people, communities of interest, to have an opportunity to elect the representative of their choice. They said that that was a denial of equal protection to white folks. So in other words, political gerrymandering trumps the ability of black people to be able to elect the representative of their choice. And they did that premised on the conclusion, the false conclusion, that we're now living in a post-racial society, so there's no longer a need for the Voting Rights Act. So it was a fit of judicial activism, a predictable fit of judicial activism. We got to do something about this United States Supreme Court. We got to do something about this MAGA legislature, and we got to do something about the head MAGA at the White House. We do that through exercising our right to vote. We shall do so in November, and we shall do so in 2026. And we'll be prepared for 2030 redistricting. We'll be prepared for what happens. We're going to take your foot off of the neck of democracy, and it's not going to be just us, it's going to be right-thinking people around this country who are going to join us. And so that's why I appreciate us leading the way, and I look forward to better days ahead. We shall not stop. We won't slow down. You're not going to drive us off. You're not going to kick us out. We're going to be here. This is our country, and we're going to live in it together, like it or not. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to Representative Robin Kelly of Illinois' 2nd District.
Thank you, Congresswoman McClellan, for running this special order hour. Mr. Speaker, I rise because the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, dealing a devastating blow to our democracy. Their decision will allow states, particularly in the South, to dilute and try to silence black voters. For decades, black Americans and activists fought and bled for our right to vote. Once again, we have to organize, mobilize, and fight for our right to vote. When I say we, I mean a collective we. Dems won't win if all Dems don't participate to revert this very, very racist action. We need everybody involved. It doesn't matter what state you come from, what the color of your skin is, or what your religion is. Now is the time to fight back. Make no mistake, Republicans are trying to steal this election because they know they cannot win it fair and square. They've gutted our health care, raised prices for everyday necessities, turned their backs on hardworking people, and now they want to stay in power. Democrats, now is not the time to grow weary, to shutter the windows, to close the door. Now is the time to show up, to stand up, and to speak up for democracy. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to Representative Lucy McBath of Georgia's 7th District.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to the Supreme Court's decision in Louisiana versus Calais and what this moment means for the future of our democracy. For generations, Americans have fought to make this nation live up to its promise. Our democracy did not become more inclusive by accident. It became stronger because people of color organized, marched, sacrificed, and demanded equal access to the ballot box. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 was one of the greatest achievements of that struggle, opening doors that had been locked to so many people of color for far too long. This decision weakens protections that helped ensure Black voters and communities of color could fully participate in our democracy and have fair representation in Congress. Let me be clear. This decision does not end our fight, and it does not weaken our determination. The Congressional Black Caucus has always understood that progress in this country is never permanent unless we continue to defend it. We have prepared for moments like this by rallying and building coalitions all across this nation, and we will continue doing exactly that. Because even in difficult moments, I still believe in the power of the people, in the power of my people. I still believe in the strength of our communities. And I still believe that when Americans come together to protect our democracy, we will prevail. That is why we will keep pushing forward. We will continue expanding access to the ballot box, protecting fair representation, and ensuring that every single voice in this country is heard. And when we reclaim the majority, and yes, that's coming too, we will work to pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and continue the work of building a democracy that truly reflects all of America. This is not the moment to retreat. It is a moment to organize, to vote, and to remind the American people that democracy is strongest when everyone has a seat at the table. The fight for voting rights did not begin with this court, and it will not end with this decision. We have overcome far too much, sacrificed far too much, and achieved far too much progress to turn back now. I look forward to working alongside my CBC colleagues. As we move forward together, we will move forward together united and committed to building a democracy that is more just and representative for all of our future generations. And I yield.
I now yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio's 11th District, Representative Shontel Brown.
Thank you, Representative McClellan, for leading tonight's special order hour. I am honored to stand with my CBC colleagues in this fight as we stand up for the people we represent. Mr. Speaker, for decades, the far right has sold this country a lie that racism ended in 1965, a lie that discrimination is ancient history. For years, that rhetoric lived in chat rooms in the ugliest corners of American life. Well, today, It lives in highest courts in the land, cloaked in robes. This conservative Supreme Court has taken a wrecking ball to the Voting Rights Act, one of the greatest achievements of the civil rights movement. And now, after Louisiana versus Calais ruling, there's barely any of the law left. Before this ruling, Black voters in the South had at least some defense against intentional political extinction, but now that's gone. And Mr. Speaker, what happens next tells you everything you need to know. The ink was barely dry before Republican states rushed to redraw maps and move election dates. Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana, South Carolina, state after state after state. And let's be honest about what this is. This is a coordinated effort to engineer electorates so that Trump has all the white majority districts he needs. And the tragedy, the disgrace, is that this rush to redraw proves exactly why the Voting Rights Act was needed in the first place. If they are successful, some of the states with the largest Black populations in the country will be represented by all white delegations in majority white districts. We cannot and we will not take this sitting down. We will organize and mobilize and use our voice. We will fight this in Congress. We don't have a voting rights majority in this body right now, but soon we will. And we will restore the Voting Rights Act. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we must confront the center of this crisis, an unacceptable Supreme Court. The Voting Rights Act was not some historical footnote. It was the law of the land for decades. It was one of the crowning achievements of American democracy, and this court has systematically hollowed it out. No institution in this country is above scrutiny, and no court should have the power to erase protections won through blood, sacrifice, and struggle without the American people demanding reform. Our constitutional system was never designed to crown 9 people as permanent and untouchable rulers of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, our brothers and sisters are being silenced across the South. But this Congress will make sure those voices are heard loudly, clearly, and unapologetically. And with that, I yield back.
I yield to Representative Valerie Foushee of North Carolina's 4th District.
I thank the gentle lady for yielding and for anchoring this special order hour. Mr. Speaker, I rise today alongside my colleagues in opposition to the all-out assault on Black Americans' right to vote in the wake of Trump's Supreme Court choice to gut the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act was a piece of legislation that was won in blood. And though we can see the racism and hatred still present in our nation, the passage of the Voting Rights Act was a line in the sand that we would protect and include Black voices in our democracy. In the near 200 years between the establishment of this country and the passage of the Voting Rights Act, millions of Black Americans died fighting for this right. It wasn't a right that we just achieved through a protest in Selma, where they attacked hundreds of our brothers and sisters. It wasn't a right that we just achieved through a march to the Capitol alongside hundreds of thousands of people across our communities. It was a right that we also achieved through the struggle of the millions of Black Americans whose stories were never told and whose voices were never heard by our government. The millions of Black Americans throughout our history who organized and fought without the recognition they deserved to lay the groundwork for people like me to have the opportunity to represent the very congressional districts where we once attended segregated elementary schools. The passage of the Voting Rights Act was that hope that finally we would no longer go without our voices being heard, and that none of us would have to die for that right ever again. Now, as if we needed any confirmation of the rationale behind this senseless Supreme Court ruling, Republican state houses nationwide are now mobilizing in an effort to target Black members of Congress and Black majority districts. In Tennessee, they ignored Black representatives locked in arms on the floor of the state legislature as they dismantled the only Black majority district in a state where the Clinton 12 once marched for their right to attend integrated schools. In Alabama, they stared on as my colleague, Congressman Figures, pleaded with them to stop redrawing the court-mandated congressional map that gave Alabama, the state at the epicenter of the modern civil rights movement, 2 Black members of Congress for the first time in its history. In Virginia, they overthrew a referendum which would help balance the power in Congress, the same state which once approved a referendum by white supremacists to rewrite the state constitution in order to disenfranchise Black voters. In my state, North Carolina, we've seen this playbook carried out with the redrawing of congressional maps to eliminate the 3 seats for Democrats and the redrawing of that congressional map just a few years later in a concerted effort to attack Black lawmakers. I consider myself incredibly lucky to still be here in the halls of Congress, while many of our fellow Black lawmakers have not been as fortunate. And as one of the few members of Congress who experienced the systemic segregation put in place across the South, firsthand, as a young girl in an all-Black elementary school, I stand here with this message: we will not go back. We deserve more than to have our government stomp on our voices, our representation, and our votes, just as I deserved access to the same elementary school as the white boys and girls. Our ancestors fought, bled, and died for the right to vote and the right to have our voices heard by Congress. And as we feel their pain with every step back that this government forces upon us, rest assured that we will always come back stronger. Your cheating of our electoral systems through gerrymandering and voter disenfranchisement is an admission that your leadership has failed the American people. We see through you. We will not rest, and we will continue to honor the work of our ancestors with action. Thank you, and I yield back.
To Representative Glenn Ivey of Maryland's 4th District. May I inquire how much time is left?
10 minutes.
Thank you.
I thank my colleague from Virginia for leading this special order tonight, and my colleagues who've spoken on the floor. In shock and dismay with respect to what the Supreme Court did in the Voting Rights Act ruling just a few days ago, and also in the Virginia Supreme Court and the ruling that it passed down. I'll say this. Many of my neighbors, friends, and the students I've had a chance to speak to recently were also surprised and shocked and disappointed and dismayed by what happened then. They've also been surprised by President Trump sending the FBI in to seize ballots in Atlanta to try and prove that he won an election 4 years ago that he obviously lost. They've been surprised, dismayed, and disheartened by what they saw with respect to ICE in Minneapolis and the recognition that there's a strong possibility that ICE and the National Guard may be showing up in polling places in November. And they've also been shocked and surprised that icons like Jim Clyburn and Emanuel Cleaver, who served this body and this nation honorably for decades, are at the risk of being forced out of office based on these unfair rulings. I'll say this: I've been really heartened by what I saw from those young people when I was speaking to them over the past 2 weeks. They were concerned that they couldn't live up to the moment, that there was nothing that they could do, that they were too young to have an impact. But I reminded them of people like John Lewis, who was 18 or 19 when he began his work in the civil rights movement that culminated in the Voting Rights Act that was just gutted a few weeks ago. I reminded them that Dr. Martin Luther King was only 25 when he led the Montgomery bus boycott and was still working on his dissertation and raising a family all at the same time. I reminded them that there were many leaders who came before us, young people, men and women, who saw a need for service and a call to have an impact, and they stepped into that void. I reminded them that the Freedom Riders had people on it, 18, 19, 20 years old, who they forced to sign and write wills before they got on those buses because they knew that they would be violently attacked, and they were. We can meet this moment just as those ancestors met those moments, just as our predecessors met those moments, and all we need to do is go to the voting booth. We have to make sure we get out there and do that work, push in the streets, campaign, stand up, make sure we fight, speak, have our voices heard, and bring everybody out that we can. Because it's critical for us to win in November in order to turn this around and show them that despite all of the efforts that they've made, the Trump Supreme Court, the seizure of the ballots, all the things that they've been doing with the executive orders and the like, we can defeat all of those in November, but we have to show up, and we will. And with that, I yield back.
I yield to Representative Sidney Comwater Dove of California's 37th District.
I want to thank the gentlewoman from Virginia for hosting this special order hour. The House is on fire, and our democracy is under attack. And this time, instead of storming the Capitol, they are changing the maps to silence voices of millions of Americans. The Supreme Court's decision in Louisiana versus Calais has given states a green light to weaken black political power under the false cover of race neutrality. In Memphis, Tennessee, a historic organic majority black district has been carved up to dilute its voice. In Louisiana, Alabama, South Carolina, and Mississippi, similar efforts are underway. It is ironic that the states where the power stealing is happening right now are Confederate states, where the tension of race remains unresolved. But let's be clear, this virus is contagious. Wake up, people. This is not coincidence. This is coordination. The attacks are dangerous, but so is the silence. And silence in this moment is complicity. And history will document who spoke up and who stayed quiet. Let's not forget, the black vote has never just elected black leaders. It has been the backbone of coalitions that lifted others into power. In 2020, black voters in Georgia not only elected Reverend Warnock to the Senate, they also elected John Ossoff, flipping 2 red seats blue and giving Democrats the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. They have consistently shown up for and elected presidents like Joe Biden, proving once again that not only black leaders benefit from black political engagement and trust. And let me be clear about something else. Black members of Congress do not only represent black communities. We represent everyone. Many of us serve diverse, even majority white districts, delivering results for all of our constituents. So when these maps are redrawn to eliminate black representation, it's not about fairness, it's about fear. And real talk, if race is truly not a factor, then why are black districts always the ones being dismantled? So let's say it plainly. If some of our colleagues were not afraid of black voters, then they would not be working so hard to silence us. So we have to meet this moment with urgency, pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, organize, mobilize, turn out, and hold receipts, because this is bigger than any one district. It is about whether democracy works for all of us. And with that, I yield back.
I yield to Representative Menifee from Texas.
Thank you. I rise today because the right to vote is under grave attack. The Supreme Court opened the door, and Republican officials throughout the South are running straight through it. Republican state legislators are racing to redraw congressional maps across the South, and they have one clear goal: to make sure that black communities cannot elect a candidate of their choice. Look at Tennessee. Memphis is a majority black city, and instead of keeping it whole in one district, Republicans sliced it into 3 separate districts and imported white voters from hundreds of miles away. That is not an accident, that is a blueprint. Or in Texas, where a Trump-appointed federal judge found that Republicans use race to dismantle minority districts, like in my hometown of Houston. And I've seen so many Republican officials argue that this is not about race. But look at North Carolina, where Republican legislators requested data on voting patterns broken down by race. They then changed the voting rules based on that data. And a federal court said that they targeted African Americans with, quote, almost surgical precision. This is about race. These maps are a pattern, and after Calais, it is spreading like a wildfire. Cracking black communities apart district by district is not politics. It's a declaration that black voices do not belong in this democracy. Our nation is better than this. Racist cheating has no place in the greatest democracy on earth. This Congress must fight back. The right to choose our own representatives is sacred and something our ancestors have fought and bled for, and we will not let it be stripped from us community by community, nor zip code by zip code. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I took my oath of office 3 years ago on the Bible that my father kept his poll tax receipt in, that he paid when he turned old enough to vote in Tennessee. In my office is a book written by my great-grandfather, and he tells the story. My great-grandfather, born on the plantation where his parents were enslaved, went to register to vote in 1902 in Alabama. He was given a literacy test. He got all the questions right. The registrar turned to his assistant and said, and I quote, "I need more questions because this nigger got them all right." He was on a list of people not to register to vote because he organized blacks in the community. Then he was told, "You got to find 3 white men to vouch for your character," and he did it. Today, just like my great-grandfather, just like my father, I and the Congressional Black Caucus will fight any obstacle put in our way to ensure that we participate in this government by, of, and for the people. We won't take this sitting down. The Supreme Court may have dealt us a devastating blow, but we're going to get up. Just like John Lewis got up after he was beaten in the head from marching across the bridge in Selma for the right to vote. This is not the end of the war. This is only the beginning, where we will ensure that liberty and justice for all means all, that a government by, of, and for the people includes all the people. We will not be silenced. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 hour to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's recognized without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 17th, in a few days, it will be declared a National Day of Jubilee, Prayer, Praise, and Thanksgiving. President Donald Trump announced this Day of Jubilee at the National Prayer Breakfast when he invited, quoting the President, Americans from all across the country to come together on our National Mall to pray, to give thanks, and he went on to say, to rededicate America as one nation under God, end of quote. It's historically significant that President Donald Trump would say this. It's historically important that leaders of our nation are gathered behind me to begin to recognize the importance of calling our nation back to God and rededicating America as a nation devoted and dependent upon God. Doing so, it's not only right, it is historic. Historically backed up by the 150 different calls to prayer, humiliation, and fasting, and thanksgiving that have been issued in our country's history by our nation's leaders. Of these 150 plus calls to prayer, 74 of them have been issued by U.S. presidential proclamations, with 36 of our 47 United States presidents signing proclamations for national prayer. Between 1775 and 1784 alone, at least 15 official proclamations for prayer, fasting, and humiliation. Yes, humiliation. Some have asked me, why are you using that word? That's in the historic record. I think some realize that sometimes you don't get humility unless you're humiliated. But times of prayer, fasting, and humiliation were issued by Congress. Records also show that there have been over 1,500 state and federal calls for national prayer since 1775, a truly remarkable number. This coming Jubilee Day of Prayer was first established by the Continental Congress 250 years ago. This coming Sunday, it'll be exactly 250 years ago, when on May 17, 1776, they set aside a day of humiliation, fasting, and prayer. This original proclamation stated, quote, "In times of impending calamity and distress, it becomes the indispensable duty with true penitence, publicly to acknowledge the overruling providence of God, to confess and deplore our offenses against Him, and to supplicate His interposition for averting the threatened danger and prospering our strenuous efforts in the cause of freedom, virtue, and posterity." This congressional dialogue continues. "The Congress, therefore, do earnestly recommend that the 17th day of May next be observed as a day of humiliation, fasting, and prayer, that we may confess, bewail our manifold sins and transgressions, and by sincere repentance and amendment of life, appease His righteous displeasure, and through the merits and mediation of Jesus Christ, obtain pardon and forgiveness, humbly imploring His assistance to frustrate the cruel purposes of our unnatural enemies, and by inclining their hearts to justice and benevolence, prevent the further effusion of kindred blood." End of quote. These were the words of our Continental Congress almost exactly a few days away from now, 250 years ago, this coming Sunday. And they wrote that, declared that, only 7 weeks ahead of when the Declaration of Independence would come forth. In this moment, I want to yield to Mr. Johnson from Louisiana, our Speaker of the House, for his commentary, however long he should choose.
Thank you. I want to thank my dear brother, Congressman Josh Burkeen, for leading this special order. It's an important occasion and one that a number of my colleagues will be here to help mark tonight. It's appropriate for us to do that. I want to reiterate what my friend here has explained. It's this weekend on May 17th that our country is going to mark the National Jubilee of Prayer, Praise, and Thanksgiving. And as he noted, that date marks exactly 2.5 centuries since our founders met in the Second Continental Congress and declared a day of, yes, humiliation, fasting, and prayer to ask for God's guidance and the cause of freedom. I think it is an appropriate way to say it. We ought to begin with repentance, and they recognized it back then. Now, this Sunday, Americans from across the country are going to gather once again to do that very same thing, and what an important time it is for us to do so. Here on the National Mall, we're going to have tens of thousands of Americans that will join in prayer to rededicate our lives and our nation back to God. For Americans of faith, this is an opportunity to help our nation recommit to the foundations upon which this country was built, as every previous generation in our history has done before. Since the very beginning, prayer is how this grand experiment in self-governance has endured and prospered for 250 years. Indeed, when 56 patriots gathered in Philadelphia to pledge their lives and their fortunes and their sacred honor for the birth of this new nation, they began in prayer. To this day, we open every single legislative session in this House and in the Senate, the other chamber, we open in prayer. And that's an acknowledgement in some small way of the famous admonition that is inscribed prominently right there above the head of the speaker. And it says there, of course, above the rostrum, "In God we trust." And if you look, by the way, in the visitor's guide to the House chamber, I think it's about somewhere on page 14, it says that Congress voted in 1962 to put that motto there, to add it to the marble. It says in the guide as a rebuke to the Soviets because of their philosophy. That was during the Cold War. The Soviets' philosophy is Marxism, communism, socialism, they all begin with one common premise, that there is no God. And our predecessors in this body wanted every single one of us to look right there and understand and acknowledge every single day that we're here to work that our nation is built on the opposite idea. We are built on the self-evident truth that it is God who gives us our rights and not the government. At this pivotal moment in our nation's history, we have to remember all that. We have to acknowledge that the miracle of our founding and the countless miracles that have followed have been the work of Almighty God. And it is indeed in Him whom we trust. So as we approach the 250th anniversary, it's right that we gather formally just as our founders did, to beseech the firm protection of divine providence once again. And I hope Americans from all across this country will take part in this historic day of Scripture and worship and fellowship as we recommit to our faith and our foundations as one nation under God. Again, thank you, my dear friend. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Louisiana, our speaker, for taking the time out of his very busy schedule to do this. I'm going to further delay my remarks. I know that the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, has got an appointment, and I'm going to ask him to share some remarks also. Yield to him a number of minutes.
Thank you very, very much, my good friend, Mr. Josh Burkeen from Oklahoma. Thank you so much for having this special order tonight. As we prepare to celebrate 250 years of the greatest nation in the history of the world, and by great, I think we can mean good, it is fitting that we pause to remember something that our founders understood clearly. America's strength has never come from government. It has come from Almighty God, from faithful people, and from a nation willing to humble itself in prayer and thanksgiving. God loves mercy more than He loves sacrifice, and He tells us in Micah 6:8, "What does the Lord require of you, O man? But to seek justice, love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." In 1776, as the Continental Congress fought for the survival of this young nation, they established what they call a National Jubilee of Prayer, Praise, and Thanksgiving. I want you to think about that just for a moment. In the middle of war, of uncertainty and sacrifice, our founders did not place their hope in military might or political power alone. They turned first to the Almighty God. John Adams once wrote, "It is the duty of all men to adore the superintending providence of Almighty God." George Washington repeatedly reminded the nation that freedom itself depended on morality, faith, and virtue. From the very beginning, America understood that liberty is not self-sustaining. Freedom requires a moral people, and a moral people must remain grounded in the truth. Today, 250 years later, we gather not only to celebrate our history, but to recommit ourselves to those timeless principles. Our country has endured wars, economic hardship, division, tragedy, and yet generation after generation, Americans have continued to seek God's guidance through it all. That spirit is woven into the very fabric of our nation, and that is why "In God We Trust" remains our national motto right above your head, Mr. Speaker. And it is why our presidents place their hands on the Bible when taking the oath of office. And it is why Americans still bow their heads in prayer during moments of both triumph and of trial. As a veteran, a father, a grandfather, and now chairman of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, I've had the very great privilege of seeing the very best of America. I represent Houston, Space City, the hardworking men and women at Johnson Space Center who continue pushing the boundaries of human achievement, as we saw a couple of weeks ago on Artemis II, pushing 4 astronauts farther from Earth than anybody has ever gone before. And even as we reach farther into the heavens, we are reminded of just how small we are compared to the greatness of God's creation. As we celebrate America 250, may we never take for granted the freedoms that we have inherited from our forefathers, and may we always remain one nation under God for generations to come. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Happy to have had the gentleman from Texas take his time to be here, along with the speaker. Given the rush of their schedules and the delay of my commentary, I'm going to continue on with my commentary. Some will ask, they'll say, well, show us in history, if you claim that our founders were of this mindset, prove that to us. In his 1796 farewell address, our very first president, George Washington, stated, quote, "Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would the man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness." He goes on to say, "Both reason and experience forbid us to expect that national morality will prevail in exclusion of religious principles." Most people don't realize that wasn't just George Washington who wrote that. That was prepared for him by James Madison and later Alexander Hamilton, because he was going to release that in his 1792 farewell address, and he decided the country needed him another 4 years. He waited until Alexander Hamilton could polish off the final copy in 1796. Our second president, John Adams, also expressing devotion to biblical principles, stated, quote, "We have no government armed with power, capable of contending with human passions unbridled by religion and morality. Avarice, which means extreme greed, ambition, and revenge will break the strongest cords of our Constitution as a whale goes through our net. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate to the government of any other." He understood it's a linchpin, that in order to maintain the blessing of liberty, it's in tandem with virtue that this undergirding we're discussing today would provide. Our third president, Thomas Jefferson, used to ride horses every Sunday to attend church service in this very Capitol building, yards from where we are now. Thomas Jefferson, the one that people claim so much about. But every Sunday, he was in service in a public building, bringing praise and honor. Our fourth president, Father of the Constitution, James Madison, signed into law a resolution declaring a day of, quote, "public humiliation and prayer to be set apart for the devout purpose of rendering to the sovereign of the universe the public homage of acknowledging the transgressions which might justly provoke the manifestation of his divine displeasure, seeking his merciful forgiveness." And yet our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln, followed in these those before him, their footsteps, and also declared a day of national humiliation, fasting, and prayer. Abraham Lincoln acknowledging, quote, in his address in 1863, "It's the duty of nations as well as men to owe their sins and transgressions, to confess their sins and transgressions in humble sorrow, yet with assured hope that genuine repentance will lead to mercy and pardon, and to recognize the sublime truths announced in the Holy Scriptures and proven by all history that those nations only are blessed whose God is the Lord." Lincoln would go on to say, "But we have forgotten God. We have forgotten the gracious hand which preserved us in peace and multiplied and enriched us and strengthened us. We have become too self-sufficient to feel the necessity of redeeming and preserving grace, too proud to pray to the God that made us. It behooves us then to humble ourselves before the offended power and confess our national sins and pray for clemency and forgiveness." When pondering Lincoln's words, I was personally reminded of Deuteronomy 8:11, a paraphrase where Moses warns the people of God not to turn away from the Lord. And for those of us that are sitting in this chamber, as a staff member reminded me, pointed out, Moses is the only image in this room that is looking directly at "In God We Trust," which is preside above the speaker's chamber. It's Moses in Deuteronomy 8 that said this. He said, "Don't forget the Lord your God." Basically admonishing them to keep His commandments and His ordinance. He goes on to say, "Which I'm commanding you today. Otherwise, when you have eaten and are satisfied, have built good houses and lived in them, when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and gold multiply, and all that you have multiplies, then your heart will become proud and you will forget your God." Sounds like Abraham Lincoln's 1863 address. "But you," he goes on to say, Deuteronomy 8, "but you shall remember the Lord your God. For if you ever forget the Lord your God and go after other gods and serve them and worship them, I testify against you today, you will surely perish, like the nations that the Lord makes to perish before you. So you shall perish because you would not listen to the voice of the Lord your God. Again, that's Deuteronomy 8 of the Bible. Standing in this chamber today, we have the opportunity to humble ourselves before God, seek His pardon individually for our nation, His forgiveness. This mandate's not only a part of our biblical heritage, but as we're going to point out, continue to point out in this special hour, it's part of our congressional, our nation's heritage. And as Moses at the back of this chamber looks down over that doorway, his admonishment rings true today. If America continues down a path of immorality, pride, turning to idolatry, we will see the demise of our nation. John Adams, and I conclude with this. John Adams, second President of the United States, said, suppose a nation in some distant region should take the Bible for their only law book, and every member should regulate his conduct by the precepts where exhibited. What a utopia, what a paradise this would be. For our country to survive the 250 years ahead, so that peace and prosperity are passed down to our posterity, we must turn to the guiding hand of the Almighty, seek His forgiveness, and follow suit with that which He has asked of us. With that, I want to yield in the order of those here to my friend from North Carolina, Mr. Mark Harris.
Thank you to my colleague and a gentleman from Oklahoma, Representative Burkeen, for the special order. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of this nation was not placed in silence, but in prayer, praise, and thanksgiving. As we approach this 250th birthday of America, we always reflect on the courageous actions of 56 men who came together in Philadelphia in 1776 to declare independence and to set in motion the birth of a new nation grounded in liberty, justice, and faith in God. These signers, as we've already heard tonight, pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to the cause of freedom. And as we remember their sacrifice, we are also called to reflect on the enduring principles they set forth and the responsibility we carry to preserve and strengthen them even today. They knew their strength alone was not enough. Only God's guidance could actually sustain a nation and make our freedom possible. As Psalm 33:12 declares, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." We express our gratitude to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for His providence over the United States and all nations. We are indeed one nation under God. And we must pray for our nation. Praying for our nation is part of a long-standing American tradition. During the Revolutionary War, when the future of our nation was far from guaranteed, the Continental Congress paused to designate a national day of thanksgiving and prayer, to give thanks to the Lord, to seek His wisdom and His protection, and to ask for the strengthening of the people's unity. In 1777, the Continental Congress called Americans to come together, and I quote, "with one heart and one voice in solemn thanksgiving and praise." You see, that same spirit is reflected in today's National Jubilee of prayer, praise, and thanksgiving, a time to unite in gratitude, seek God's guidance, and renew our commitment to the values that strengthen this nation. George Washington prayed that God would hold this nation in His holy protection and incline the hearts of its citizens toward brotherly affection and love for one another. You see, that prayer remains just as relevant today. I have the privilege of serving both as a member of Congress for the 8th District of North Carolina and as a pastor. I have witnessed firsthand the power of prayer in my church, in families, and in moments when our nation needed healing, wisdom, and revival. So today, let us pray for an end to political violence in our nation. No American should be targeted for their beliefs, their service, or their convictions. Let us pray for peace in the Middle East. Let us pray for our president and for my colleagues in the House and Senate, regardless of political party. And let us pray for a revival of prayer, thanksgiving, and praise across this nation. May the Lord continue to do His good work through this nation. For without His guidance, we are lost. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from North Carolina. With that, I would like to yield as much time as he would like to utilize to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Clay Higgins.
I thank my friend and my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. It's a humbling moment for us to acknowledge that we are failed and fallen humans in the presence of God in service to our fellow man, standing in the chamber of the people's house. We've been reminded that there are 23 marble busts in relief that surround the walls of this chamber, above the gallery, one of which is facing you, Mr. Speaker, and that's Moses. There are many men up there: George Mason, William Blackstone, Thomas Jefferson, Solomon. But only Moses faces you. Only Moses faces the podium of the chamber of the people's house in the land of the free. Our founders were men anointed by God. And we're called upon to acknowledge that spiritual foundation once again in our country. This is an acknowledgement that crosses the barriers of politics, Mr. Speaker, and joins us as one people, regardless of where we stand upon the economic strata, regardless of our color or creed or heritage, despite political affiliation or party. We're bonded as one man under God in service to our fellow man. And yet we struggle. We struggle to know what is right. We seek that as children of God, as men and women, attempting to serve we the people. We struggle to know what is right, do we not, Mr. Speaker? But our founders struggled as well. America was founded by imperfect men with a perfect vision. The preamble of our Constitution states, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." In order to form a more perfect union. There's an old saying in the horse business: the way a horse leaves the gate is the way he's going to run. Our founders, the preamble to our is the document that established our laws, stated that they were humble men, imperfect men. They acknowledged the fact that we're human. We're failed and fallen since Adam. We seek to understand what Paul meant when he told us in Corinthians to place not your faith in the wisdom of man, but in the Spirit and power of God. This is the chamber where we carry the responsibility to merge the wisdom of man within and beneath the Spirit and power of God. We all have a story, do we not, Mr. Speaker, of how our families came to be here. Many years ago, 200 years ago, a young Irish man born into indentured servitude, far away, heard whispers of a nation born, where a man could own the land that he worked. This was unheard of for a common Irish lad. So he risked everything. All he had, left the land of his heritage, and boarded a boat that was converted from carrying commercial goods to carrying human beings, according to a letter unearthed by my mother and my aunt many, many generations later. His sleeping berth measured 2 by 2 by 5. Literally, by the way the winds blew, Mr. Speaker, that boat landed in the port of New Orleans. And that young Irish man, that was the beginning of my family. Yeah, he came here seeking freedom. He knew that he would deliver work, ethics, and principles, and Christian faith, determination, and courage. But he knew he stood beneath God. And he landed in a nation that was going to give him the opportunity to build something for the next generation, and indeed he did. I ask, Mr. Speaker, are we worthy of the things that we've described tonight? All of us, on both sides of the aisle. The citizenry we serve that sit in the gallery. Are we worthy of what it is to be an American citizen and a child of God? We seek to prove that worth every day, and yet we fall short of the glory of God. And we arise again from bended knee and struggle to be worthy of this service to our fellow man. Let me close by saying, Mr. Speaker, that we shan't be judged by how we fall. A man's character should not be measured by how he falls, but it should be measured by how he stands back up. And as a nation, this is where we are. Our children's children will not measure us by the fact that our nation has stumbled to the extent that it has, but this generation will be measured by how we stand back up. And let me humbly deliver this message to the American people. Stand back up in the glory of God. Remember the words of Paul. Place not your faith in the wisdom of man, but in the Spirit and power of God. Let us stand as a nation, as brothers and sisters, as children of God, beneath the glory of the flag that waves above us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless us one and all.
Thank the gentleman from Louisiana. It's great to transition from the accent of Louisiana to the accent of Tennessee. I recognize my good friend, Diana Harshberger, for 3 minutes of her comments.
Thank you to my dear friend and colleague, gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join my colleagues in recognizing this year's National Jubilee of Prayer and Praise and Thanksgiving. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on something that's near and dear to my heart. I come from East Tennessee, and it's a place where faith isn't just something you practice on Sunday morning. It's woven into the fabric of who we are. It shapes how we raise our children and how we care for our neighbors, and yes, how we govern. And if you look at the history of this great nation, that's exactly how our founders intended it to be. From the very beginning, America's leaders understood something that too many in Washington have forgotten, and that we are not self-sufficient, that the blessings of liberty, the prosperity, the freedom, the strength of this nation do not come from us. They come from God. And when English settlers first landed at Cape Henry in 1607, they planted a cross and offered prayers dedicating their endeavor to God. That spirit of faith was part of America's foundation. When the First Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia in 1774, facing a crisis, facing uncertainty, facing the very real possibility of war, one of the very first things those delegates did was bow their heads in prayer. And by all accounts, that prayer changed the room, and it brought divided men together, and it gave them clarity, and it gave them courage. And when our Constitution was hanging by a thread at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, when tempers had flared and delegates were walking out, Benjamin Franklin urged the delegates to seek divine guidance with humility and prayer before continuing their work on what would become the greatest governing document in the history of the world. And I'm proud to say that Tennessee has always been part of this tradition. 3 of this nation's presidents called Tennessee home. It's Andrew Jackson and James K. Polk and Andrew Johnson, and each one of them understood the weight of the presidency and the demands that it demands more than human wisdom alone. And Andrew Jackson, in his inaugural address, called it the most fervent prayer that Almighty God, the same God who had kept this republic from its infancy, would overrule his intentions and actions for the good of the American people. And James K. Polk, in his own inaugural address in 1845, fervently invoked the aid of the almighty ruler of the universe to guard this heaven-favored land against the mischiefs that arise from unwise policy. And Andrew Johnson, who assumed the presidency under some of the most painful circumstances in American history following the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, he called the nation to a special day of humiliation and prayer, and later issued a Thanksgiving proclamation calling Americans to give thanks to God for the perseverance of the United States. 3 Tennesseans, 3 presidents, all of them their highest moments of responsibility, they all turned to prayer. George Washington, in his circular letter to the states, asked God to incline the hearts of citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, to entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another. Abraham Lincoln, in the darkest days of the Civil War, called on the nation to humble itself before God, not out of weakness, but out of wisdom. He recognized that we had forgotten God. And on June 6, 1944, as Allied troops stormed the beaches of Normandy, President Franklin Roosevelt didn't give a victory speech. He led the nation in prayer. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is overwhelming. This nation was built on prayer. It has been sustained by prayer. And if we want to see it restored, it'll be through prayer. I know it's not a popular thing to say in some circles in Washington these days, but faith has been pushed out of the public square. Prayer has been treated like something to be embarrassed about or hidden away. And we're told to keep our beliefs private. But I refuse to accept that, and as a matter of fact, I rebuke that. And I don't think the American public accepts it either. You know, I've been a pharmacist for almost 40 years, and I stood behind a counter when people were at the lowest point in their lives, when they were diagnosed with cancer or certain other ailments. And the ones who leaned on their faith and the ones who prayed, they had something to hold on to, something that no government program, no prescription, no piece of legislation could ever replace. That's why I believe deeply that this National Jubilee of Prayer, Praise, and Thanksgiving isn't just about a nice tradition, it's a necessity. And as we celebrate 250 years of American freedom this year, we have an extraordinary opportunity to do what our founders did, to stop, to humble ourselves, to give thanks, and to ask for guidance. Not because we're weak, but because we are wise enough to know that the blessings we enjoy are not of our own making. And Psalm 33:12 reminds us, and I think Mark said it a minute ago, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. And may that always be true of America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Tennessee, very sincere. With that, I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Chairman G.T. Thompson.
I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for leading this great special orders this evening. Very timely. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate this year's National Jubilee of Prayers, Praise, and Thanksgiving. Since the founding of our nation, the people and the spirit of this great country have been rooted in a firm belief in God. Evidence that as Americans, we are one nation under God. In 1607, when English settlers landed at Cape Henry before traveling inward to establish what would later become Jamestown, their first act was not to build a fort, but to kneel in prayer. This early act of worship on American soil confirmed that our country's original intent was not bound by political and economic construction, but in our dedication to faith. Acts of worship continue to shape our nation's early history and were central in the observance of Thanksgiving. This time unites all Americans to give thanks to God for his protection and wellness, cementing faith as a central pillar of our history. Our nation was forged upon the belief in absolute God-given rights, a truth that reminds us that there is a higher authority than any government or any political figure. In 1775, our founding fathers issued proclamations to recognize national days of fasting, humiliation, and prayer. From 1777 to 1784, more than 10 of these proclamations were observed, encouraging all Americans to express gratitude and reflect through worship. Our founders knew that liberty requires a spiritual anchor, and as Benjamin Franklin famously told the Constitutional Convention, quote, God governs in the affairs of men, end quote. While our country has changed over the last 250 years, our steadfast reliance on faith remains constant. Faith and prayer have played a central role in my life and as a foundation of my work in Congress. For many Americans, our faith is what compels us to care for the vulnerable, to serve our communities with humility, and to see one another not as adversaries, but brothers and sisters. Now, I hope that on this National Day of Prayer, Praise, and Thanksgiving, Americans across our country can unite in our steadfast belief in God. As a nation, let us look ahead to the next 250 years with the same conviction in uniting under prayer, worship, and thanksgiving. I thank the gentleman once again from Oklahoma for hosting this. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I know you have a busy schedule. Thanks for joining us. Next, I want to yield 3 minutes to my neighbor to the north in Kansas, Representative Tracy Mann.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman for hosting this special order hour and for your leadership on this very important time for our country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as our nation prepares to celebrate 250 years of American independence. For nearly 2.5 centuries, America has been a nation unlike any other, not because of the size of our economy, the strength of our military, or the power of our government, but because our founding was rooted in the simple and revolutionary truth that our rights are derived from God, not from government. The Declaration of Independence says that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. That belief has guided our country through war, hardship, division, and uncertainty. It has reminded generations of Americans that freedom is a gift, and with that gift comes responsibility. Kansas understands this well. Our state was born in the struggle over freedom. From the days of bleeding Kansas to the farmers, ranchers, teachers, pastors, and families who build our communities, Kansans have always known that liberty must be defended and faith has an important place in public life. Growing up as a Western Kansas farm kid, I was taught the value of faith, family, hard work, and personal responsibility. Those values shape my life. My faith is my foundation. It shapes how I serve and how I approach the work before us in this chamber. Throughout our nation's history, leaders have turned to God in moments of hardship. Benjamin Franklin, as I mentioned before, called for prayer during the Constitutional Convention. President Lincoln called the nation to prayer during the Civil War. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. prayed for justice, courage, and freedom as he led a movement that helped America live up to its founding promise. Today, we face challenges of our own. We see the breakdown of the family, adrift from faith and personal responsibility, deep divisions in our politics, and confusion about right and wrong. Washington cannot solve these problems through legislation alone. A free country depends on the character of its people. This is why this 250th anniversary should be more than a celebration. It should be a moment of reflection, humility, prayer, and renewal. We should thank God for the blessings of liberty, repent where we have fallen short, and ask for the courage to preserve this country for the next and future generations. Like Solomon, I pray for a discerning heart to govern and to distinguish between right and wrong. I pray that our leaders seek wisdom, that our families be strengthened, that our communities be restored, and that our nation turn back toward the values that have sustained America from its beginning. May God bless our families, our communities, the great state of Kansas, and the United States of America. Thank you again for hosting a special order hour. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Very well said. Thank you, Representative Mann. I now want to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Mark Alford.
Well, thank you to my good friend and brother in Christ, Josh Burkeen of Oklahoma. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a little boy from Baytown, Texas, I never thought I'd be here on the House floor talking about God Almighty. And yet, He has put me here today to do just that. And I'm extremely humbled to do that. Humiliation and humbleness is not a common word you hear today, not a common concept, but in James 4:10 it says, humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord and He will lift you up. And above your head, Mr. Speaker, is the words, in God we trust. This Sunday, Mr. Speaker, Americans across our great land will observe the National Jubilee of Prayer, Praise, and Thanksgiving, and I believe that it is fitting that we pause to remember this is not new to America. You know, from the very beginning, in times of war and uncertainty, division and hardship, our leaders have called this nation to its knees before God. In 1775, as the fires of the Revolution were kindled, Massachusetts called her people to repentance, unity, and God's mercy. In 1776, the Continental Congress summoned Americans to prayer and fasting, seeking divine wisdom and strength. And through the Revolution, through epidemics, through the trials of the Civil War, generation after generation, Americans have humbled themselves before their Creator and prayed for the future of this blessed land. Mr. Speaker, even Abraham Lincoln, in the crucible of that terrible war, warned that America had grown too proud to pray for the God that made us. And my friends, I'm here to tell you today that whether we are religious or not, there is timeless wisdom in gratitude, humility, and moral reflection, especially in times like these. Missouri carries this tradition proudly. Last week, our Governor Mike Kehoe proclaimed May 7th, 2026 as the day of prayer in our state under the theme, Glorify God Among the Nations. This year also marks the 75th annual observance of the National Day of Prayer in Missouri, a tradition that has united Missourians of every background for generations. And across our state, our churches, our communities, we are coming together in a jubilee of hope with pilgrimages, gatherings, acts of service, living proof that prayer is still alive and still a force in America. America has never been perfect. But one thing has carried this nation through every dark valley: the willingness of her people to stop, to reflect, to seek forgiveness where it's needed, to give thanks for our countless blessings, and to ask for wisdom as we move forward. As President Reagan reminded us, prayer has sustained our people in crisis. It has strengthened us in times of challenge. It has guided us through our daily lives since the first settlers came to this continent. He also declared with conviction, God doesn't need America, but America needs God. If we ever forget that, We are one nation under God. We will be a nation gone under. Mr. Speaker, that spirit of a people who place their trust in providence is worth preserving with all of our hearts. So as this National Jubilee is observed, I urge every American, everyone in this room, in the gallery, watching today, watching tonight, I urge every American to take a moment to thank God Almighty for the blessings that we have received, the sacred responsibilities that we all carry, no matter if you're Democrat or Republican, and the kind of country, that shining city upon that hill, we want to pass on to our children and our grandchildren. Some 40 years ago, President Reagan said something to this effect: "The time has come for us to reassert our trust in God. The time has come for us to realize that we need Him more than He needs us. The time has come for us to turn to God for the healing of America." Mr. Speaker, as I close tonight, I want to tell everyone in this room, our nation needs healing. This body needs healing. Let each of us here tonight and in this body pledge today to be a part of that healing. Healing through prayer to God Almighty, and with faith in God, confidence in our principles, and the unbreakable American optimism, I believe with all my heart that our greatest days are still ahead of us as a nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Very well said. Thank the gentleman from Missouri. I now want to ask a good friend, chairman of the Values Action Team, Mr. Robert Adderholt, to provide comments for 3 or 4 minutes. And before I do, I just want to extend truly grateful that he and I, in talking about doing this, he said to me, "I think this is bigger than even VAT." And I know many will see rarely the Speaker of the House come on the floor, which he did tonight. And I want to thank the chairman for setting this up, for letting the membership know about this. And with that, I yield him 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Congressman McKean. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to add my support for the special order that commemorates the 250th anniversary, what I like to refer to as the term the semi-quincentennial of the founding of our nation, and the underpinning of faith and religious commitment that has sustained our nation from those very first days. And I do appreciate Congressman McKean for organizing this and including me in this. And indeed, this is bigger than any issue than we face in Congress. This is the bedrock. And so taking a few minutes here this evening to recognize that is so important. The Founding Fathers who preceded us in the Continental Congress back in May of 1776 made it a priority to acknowledge God. They passed a resolution calling for penance, prayer, and thanksgiving, and they called it our indispensable duty. Publicly acknowledge God, confess our offenses against Him, and to beg for His intervention. I believe God answered those prayers in ways that would go far beyond what they even dreamed of. God has indeed prospered the United States of America over these past 250 years. But as a nation, we have sadly strayed, as it's been mentioned here tonight, from the gratitude that we owe to that provision. Today, as members of Congress, we come together standing in front, just under you, Mr. Speaker, the motto, "In God We Trust." And we feel the great privilege of blessings that we have inherited from the spiritual inheritance that we were given. As we celebrate America's 250 and we look toward the future, if we are to extend that heritage to see our country flourish in the future, we must rededicate ourselves to shoring up the foundation of faith that has sustained us. Obviously, it is a very good thing that we have this opportunity this Sunday to come together in the National Mall to spend a day of thanksgiving and prayer, just as they did 250 years ago. I know everyone can't come to the National Mall this Sunday, but you can take a moment and take that opportunity to spend some time in prayer and reflecting on this nation and remembering that there are so many people in the world that don't have that privilege to meet together in prayer. And it is, as a member of Congress, I'm reminded there's so many people in the world that don't have that privilege. And as a young man who grew up in rural Alabama, and as a young boy who decided to accept Christ as my Savior as a young man, I never imagined that there were people in the world that would be punished for expressing their faith. But it happened then, it's happening now. But so we pray for them as well as we pray for our own nation. And may this nation be one that we always are able to express our faith with confidence and without any fear of the government. So I add my prayers to those of my colleagues here tonight. May God guide us, may God sustain us in our work here in the House, and may He continue to bless these United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the chairman again for his help in organizing this. With that, I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Glenn Grothman.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Josh Burkeen for arranging this special order. We're speaking now on the 250th anniversary of the United States, the anniversary of this blessed nation, and we should thank God for all He's given to this country. But on this anniversary, we can't help but take stock of the condition of this country. While people back home are concerned about material concerns, that's true. If I ask them what the real problems are in the country, they almost uniformly are concerned about a moral breakdown. This is not surprising. John Adams warned that our country was made for a moral and religious nation and totally unfit for any other kind. This is our problem. No one can doubt that in the last 50 or 60 years or 80 years of this country, our country has become less moral and less religious. And this has become a particularly greater trend over the last couple of decades. Our forefathers routinely prayed to a Christian God. All the way up through Abraham Lincoln, our presidents called upon our nation to fast as they prayed to God. Today, by the way, you can't even get the clergy themselves to ask for a day of fasting. Our forefathers, the most popular book they read in the Bible was the book of Deuteronomy, the book that has the 10 Commandments in, and a book that dealt a lot with the laws that Israel was founded in. So in any event, I should also point out, behind me here, we have the reliefs here in the U.S. Congress, and the most prominent position is given to that, a relief of Moses, which is an indication that our forefathers wanted a very religious nation. So let us one more time pray to God to rededicate this country to Him. We must pray for faith to bring back this country to its God-fearing roots, and one more time not only call on prayer and fasting as we try to work our way back to what this country once was and what we must be again if we are going to continue to survive. Because no matter what laws we pass in this body, if we are not a moral and religious nation, we are through. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman. I thank all of our speakers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I don't take it lightly to stand on the floor of the United States Congress and talk about this subject. And most people who do not have a undergirding, a biblical undergirding, they would watch this and they would wonder, why would you take the time to do this on the floor of the House of Representatives? And it is because, and it's the things that I pointed out in my commentary that many of the members have pointed out, whether it be George Washington who said in his farewell address, you can't even claim to be a patriot if you should seek to undermine the pillars of religion and morality. It's the bended knee Washington that's to my left here that we know not only believed that a nation was to call itself unto a place of a posture of humility, but as individuals. History is ripe with all the different things that Washington did and said. He even banned cursing in his army because of his observance to his his code of virtue, as derived from his reading of his Bible. You have a man who claimed to be an enemy of vice and a friend of virtue, Benjamin Franklin. He was imperfect. History recounts that. But we see all through history imperfect people being used for great purposes. It's Benjamin Franklin, you heard tonight, that stood in front of the Continental Congress. The Confederacy at the time, as they were trying to figure out what they're going to do about the tyranny of one of the states. And they'd locked the doors and studied different things. And before he utters to Elizabeth Powell, "It's a republic if you can keep it," he said these words in front of the people as they were struggling. He was calling them to pray, trying to figure out what's this form of government going to look like. And he said, "The longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable an empire can rise without his aid?" And he then called them to get a chaplaincy of sorts. And that is what history recounts, changed a hopeless situation to where our Constitution came into fruition weeks later. And then I'm going to land the plane with this. We've talked about the past. And in the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God, Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander Eisenhower. Most people don't realize that as a young man, Eisenhower, living on a farm ranch to the north of Oklahoma, he suffered an infection. And the doctor told his mother, because of how this infection is set up in his leg, that they needed to amputate. And he had his brother, young Eisenhower had his brother stand guard at the door and basically told him, "Do not allow them to amputate my leg." History recounts the doctor stood at the door and said, "It's murder, basically, if you don't amputate." And they did an all-night prayer vigil. By that all-night prayer vigil, the Supreme Allied Commander, who would later become a commissioned officer, would lead not only our country, but the nations to overcome Hitler and the threat to our world that it was. What would have happened if him and his family did not believe in the power of prayer? It's what led a young Eisenhower to become President Eisenhower, to do all the things that he did in terms of making sure that we had added one nation under God as a part of our history. It's recent history. He believed that prayer was not just job preparation, it was the job, not only as president, but as Supreme Allied Commander. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the floor, and I appreciate your indulgence this evening.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.